All good. Starting on time tonight. All right. I call this meeting to order at 7:02 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Courts.
Okay. 1 second. Sorry. Lazo.
Present.
Reed. Corelli.
Present.
Thos.
Present.
Morozov. Okay. Lim.
Present.
Kringle.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Trejo Hernandez.
Present.
Muratov. Connolly. Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy. Lucht.
Present.
Gaudio. Metellus. Rose.
Present.
Robbie. Chauhan.
Present.
Escobar.
Present.
Naguib. Wanjan. Johnson. Patel. Weiderberg. Green.
Present.
Hendry. Rubin.
Present.
Borges.
Here.
Alcuda.
Present.
Benesh. Condoloro.
Present.
Colazo.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Present.
Benwick.
Present.
Grosso.
Present.
Janadra.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Renda.
Present.
Shen.
Present.
Varilla.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
Morset. Okay. And then Rickett.
Present.
Okay. 36 out of 51 quorum is verified.
Sorry, Muratov's present.
37 out of 51 quorum is verified.
Okay, approval of the minutes, everyone. Morozov.
Yeah, I was. Did you call my name? Oh, sorry. Present.
Okay, approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? All right, seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. And is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? All right, seeing none, this meeting's agenda is approved. Open forum. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in open forum? All right, seeing none, announcements from the student body president, President Lister.
Excuse me. All right. Good evening, Senate. I hope you all had a fantastic week so far. Last Friday, I met with an OpenAI employee. That's the company that runs ChatGPT, and they're now offering a UCF student discount for 1 free month of ChatGPT Plus. So if you use ChatGPT or know friends who do, please let them know. Also, thank you to everyone who attended the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Vigil last Friday, and a special thanks to Safety and Transportation Coordinator Lisman for planning it, and SBA Chair Hamid for speaking. This weekend, I look forward to attending the Big 12 on the Hill advocacy trip, along with Vice President Brawley, GAC Polera, Senate President Pullman, and Chief Justice Rivera. Also, I hereby reappoint the following justices: Maya Neto to Associate Justice Seat 2, Taylor Calfee to Associate Justice Seat 8. Thank you, and everyone have a great weekend.
Any questions for President Lister? Varela.
With the OpenAI thing, is that something that specifically can be given to UCF like exclusively, or is it more of like a program for many universities in America?
Right now, it's in a pilot program. So there's us and USF. They're doing 1 free month and trying that out. And then there's 2 schools, I believe he said, in Canada. They're doing, I think, a $2 a month discount perpetually. So they're testing it out right now, but the discount, it'll be expanded in the future. They're just doing a pilot program right now.
Any further questions? Muratov.
Can you tell again how to access the discount?
You just will sign up for an account using your @ucf.edu email address, and then it should automatically apply.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, announcements from the student body Vice President Brawley.
Good evening, Senate. I hope everyone is having a great week so far. This week, Jasmine, Ashley, and I finalized materials for the Interfaith Council, and we will be presenting them to Dr. Guzman and Ginsburg in the coming weeks, and we are aiming to get the council in front of student orgs after spring break. I attended the Faculty Senate Campus Master Planning Committee, where we discussed increasing housing for the next 10 years and how this will work on campus logistically. Tomorrow, I'll be meeting with Comptroller Samilo regarding follow-ups from the auditing at the last finance office meeting. Tomorrow, I will also be meeting with the University Pedestrian, Bicycle, and Micromobility meeting, and I'm meeting with Senator Green and ICTC Chair Varela to discuss some nursing school transportation needs. On Saturday, I will be speaking to the Florida State High School Association of Student Councils regarding leadership in college and UCF student government. I hope everyone has a great time attending Universal Nights on Sunday, and the pass for free parking is on the SG website, available to all students.
Any questions for Vice President Raleigh, Vice Chair Varela?
Yeah, in regards to the housing development plan,
Mhm.
do you know if any of these developed housing units are going to have the qualifications? Like you have to be a freshman, or have to be a transfer student, or have to be a grad student?
They haven't really gotten into those specifics yet, just where they're going to be, what other parking needs are going to have to be met first. So they're looking pretty much per housing development, you kind of need another parking garage because they're going to house so many people, because the goal is not to expand this way, it's to go up so they can house more people.
Thoughts?
Is there an estimate on how many new students will be able to have housing?
I don't know right now. I can get back to you though.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, you're giving Comptroller's report?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, good evening again. The FAO balance is at $1,487.64 with a reversion rate of 2.67, and the CRT balance is at negative $2,972.69 with a reversion rate of 3.18%.
Any questions regarding the Comptroller's reports? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, announcements from the Attorney General, AG Polera.
Hello, Senate. In my report, I just wanted to go over broadly the process for recommendation of censure, just so that everybody's aware for the censure hearing today. So the statutes outline that the procedure begins with the LGR chair presenting the censure to the floor, and then after it's presented, the LGR chair gives a summary of the censure as well as what occurred during the LGR meeting. After this, questions are open for clarification to the LGR chair and members of the LGR committee. After this, the issuer will then have a chance to speak and is able to give an opening statement, explain any evidence, and recommend penal action. As a reminder, the issuer is not restricted to a tier system, and the tier system's there for suggestive purposes. After the issuer is done speaking, this opens the floor to questioning, but the issuer has the right to refrain from answering any questions they choose. Once the questioning time has elapsed, the party that was issued the censure has 10 minutes to present their case. Questioning time will then begin, and the issued also has the right to refrain from answering any questions they choose. Both the issued and the issuer are unable to speak in questioning or debate unless they are answering questions in their roles as the author and party issued during the censure. During debate, that's when the agreement of penal action is discussed, and after the debate, the vote of censure is conducted. A simple majority vote is needed to formally censure the party issued.
Any questions for AG Polera Varela?
So for the voting procedure for like which I guess penal action we want, once we make the motion, they explicitly define what penal action they think is appropriate.
Yeah, so essentially, the issuer will recommend, what censure they see fit, and then after that, when you go into the debate proceeding, that's when the kind of agreement on what the penal action will be discussed. So essentially, you guys will either come to an agreement on what's recommended, or you start a motion basically suggesting something different. And then if you do a motion to suggest something different than the recommended, then you guys vote on that. And then If it goes through, then you have the new penal action. And then if it doesn't go through, then it stays as the recommended.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. Okay, and cabinet forum isn't in the agenda, but no one's gonna, okay, cabinet forum none. Announcements from the Chief Justice Rivera.
Hi, Senate. Judicial this week approved an appeal for an election violation rehearing based on a procedural error at the original hearing with the Election Commission. That appeal was subsequently canceled due to the filer withdrawing their affidavit. This week, also, the Judicial Council voted to dissolve the Ad Hoc Budget Committee due to them already completing their initiative and purpose this year. And we approved the creation of the Judicial Advertising and Marketing Committee, joining all of our J committees there. And this committee will streamline our marketing strategies in close collaboration with the Division of Comms. A special shout out to our Ad Hoc Committee Chair, Sam Nero, for leading an incredibly successful effort with the Ad Hoc Budget Committee. Lastly, the application for Associate Justice has been extended to this Monday at 11:59. So please spread the word for anyone you believe would be a suitable candidate. And a note on President Lister's appointments this evening. For those of you who don't know, the Judicial Council's 14 seats are split 1 through 7, 8 through 14. 1 through 7 expires on odd numbered years, and 8 through 14 expires on the even years. And Justice Neto has expressed to me that she'd like to conclude her service at student government with the conclusion of this term. And Justice Calfee has expressed to me that she would like to remain part of the team regarding transition. So it just worked well that we had a justice resign, so we can flip that on the logistics side for our transition season as Brody and I prepare for that. But that's it for me. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Brown. Any questions? Benwick.
Can you walk us through the debate for those who have not been? Can you walk us through how the debate works for those of us who have not been? Like, is it just questions asked from the audience, or do you guys ask questions first?
So during the debate, I act as moderator. So I will, typically we have significantly less candidates in this. So I'm typically on stage with them on a podium, reading off questions that we have gained from both the audience and also have pre-written ourselves. However, I will not be on the stage this time, and I will be monitoring the questions a little bit more heavily. Just because we have so many more tickets, I have to make sure we have enough time for each ticket to have a chance to represent themselves properly. Some of it we're figuring out in the moment. To be honest, we've never seen this many tickets in my time here at student government. So we're doing what we can here to make sure everyone has a fair chance to speak at this debate.
Any further questions?
Is there a way to see who's like in the game? Which people are running?
Okay. We are currently working on preparing flyers that we'll be distributing for each of these, like for each college, and then also for each presidential ticket. However, we're working with OSI also to update the student government website so that it has all the tickets for the current election. Let me see if they've actually made any progress with that real quickly. Give me 1 second to pull it up.
Okay, they have not made any updates to it yet. I'm hoping they have some update before the end of the week, but they always operate on a different. We have to do that through the direct OSI team, so they operate on a different schedule than we do. But I know they're working on it, so we'll have hopefully an update soon.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair, none. Announcement from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Caucus reports, APIA Caucus, Chair Lim.
Hi, everyone. Hope you guys are having a great week so far. Dining Services invited the APIA and ARUB Caucus to participate in the vetting process for a potential new business to become a local restaurant row partner. We are just waiting for the day and time to confirm the tasting. Thanks, everyone.
Any questions for Chair Lim? All right, seeing none. Black Caucus, Chair Metellus, it looks like none. Disability Caucus, Chair Johnson. I'll just read them out. Kyle, sorry to miss the meeting. I'm feeling unwell. As a recent survivor of norovirus, please take my warning and wash your hands. You don't want it. No, hand sanitizer doesn't count. You need warm water and soap. Have a great meeting. All right. Latin Hispanic Caucus, Chair Escobar.
Good evening, all. Last week, the Latin Hispanic Caucus did not meet as it was Valentine's Day. However, we still have been working on our initiatives and events. The long-awaited Student Government Salsa Night has the date set for March 7th here in the Student Union. A flyer will be sent out soon. If you can make it, please come. Also, in collaboration with the Black Caucus, we have a leadership panel coming up that is planned for March 26th at 6 p.m. It'll either be here in the Charge-On Chamber, or we'll find a ballroom depending on the anticipated attendance. Also, the caucus will be meeting tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. in the Student Government Conference Room.
Any questions? Weiderberg.
President voting.
Senator Weiderberg, President voting, so noted at 7:20 p.m. All right, seeing no questions. LGBTQ plus caucus, Chair Batash, none. Military and Veterans Caucus, Chair Colazo.
Good evening, everyone. Like I stated last Senate meeting, I have the honor to be appointed to the Mayor's Veterans Advisory Council. I also attended my first meeting last week. It's similar to a caucus meeting where there are announcements from committee members and then non-committee members, and we discuss events and how we can support the Orlando community. I just wanted to say again, I do sit on the council with Mike Kepner, the Director of Military and Veterans Student Success. So we will be collaborating on that. Additionally, 2 proclamations will be seen tonight that are sponsored by the caucus. This is the first time my caucus's bills are not introduced by myself, so they're introduced by Senator Rodriguez and Chair Lindner.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Women's Caucus, Chair Lazo.
Good evening, everyone. Not much from us this week as we just didn't meet. But last week we discussed wrapping up our initiatives for the session and planned our upcoming events. And tonight we're going to be seeing 2 proclamations for Women's History Month and International Women of Color Day. If anybody wants to sponsor those bills, feel free to add your names or just reach out to me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Arab Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Alcuda.
Hello, Senate. I'd like to firstly congratulate our new Vice Chair, Jason Hamid. Round of applause for him. I'm so excited to work with you. Additionally, I'm excited to share a significant update on our meeting with Dining Services regarding our Ramadan and Halal initiatives. Nitros and Halal Shack will have extended hours to 8:30 p.m. throughout the month, as well as the option for to-go containers. There will also be iftar kits with dates and other small snacks to break fast offered for under $5, which will be sold across campus. This is just the beginning of many more improvements, and I should have more exciting news to share soon. Big shout out to our friends in Dining Services for all their support and cooperation, particularly Ariel and Christina. Currently, the Arab Caucus meets bi-weekly on Tuesdays at 12:30. If you're interested in joining, please feel free to do so in today's meeting or just let me know. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Lickner.
I met with Dining Services on Tuesday. Also met with Ariel. Love her. Big shout out. Always a big fan of student government. If you ever have any questions about Dining Services, go to her. She will be your best point of contact to plan out fair trade and tabling partnerships, the possibility of a caucus table at the April 3rd farmers market happening in front of the student union, and further ways to implement sustainable practices into our campus's food offerings. I also met with Arboretum and Sustainability Innovation Coordinator Mia Lavoie today to further discuss fair trade, what areas we are missing to complete campus certification, and where we can easily improve as a campus to earn more STARS points, which is how we quantify our sustainability rating as a campus. As a caucus, we met this week to discuss progress on a few resolutions that should be seen on the Senate floor in the coming weeks, further develop plans for our Earth Day event that is happening on Earth Day, and planned a schedule for our tabling event happening on Market Wednesday next week in partnership with the Arboretum to educate and remind students about composting and recycling availability on campus. Finally, UCF is hosting a sustainability conference, the VOLO conference, on March 13th. And the Sustainability Coordinator, Ryan Chabot, for the Arboretum and Sustainability Initiatives, has generously offered a free tickets for members of student government to attend. If you're free and interested, please do send me a message on Teams. Tickets will be issued on a first-come, first-served basis with preference towards caucus members, and they need to be gone by tomorrow afternoon. So please do send me an email if you're interested in any way, shape, or form. We'd love to have you come. Thanks.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus, Chair Varela.
Hello, Senate. My meeting with the Dean of Rosen that was supposed to be today got postponed to next week. So I'll now be meeting next Thursday at 3:45 p.m. I know there are a few of you that wanted to go but couldn't make it at the time. So let me know if this works better for you or if you still want to go or not. ICTC met last week to go over some progress on policy goals. Me and Senator Green will be meeting with Vice President Brawley tomorrow to discuss transportation concerns for nursing students. So thank you for him for meeting with us. And some important dates for ICTC is the Student Urban Exploration Resource Fair on March 7th and the Transfer Appreciation Day celebration held at the Transfer Center on March 12th. Both are just events that we're going to be tabling with that are catered towards transfer students. So it'll be super cool if some of you can help out. That's it for me. Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. Announcements from the Senate President. All right, I'm going to try to be as quick as possible because we do have a lot of business tonight. But first and foremost, decorum, just in general. We've had a lot of conversations in Senate Exec as well. So there's a lot of conversations about having a Sergeant at Arms, and that will be a conversation at some point. One thing I will say just right off the bat is there is a distinction between whether, and for Senate Exec, I sound like a broken record, but for people who are in Senate Exec, there is a distinction between what you should say or something that you don't agree with, or, okay, again, just something that maybe shouldn't be said, but if it's germane, then that's their freedom of speech. So just in terms of decorum, just keep that in mind. That's kind of how I lead, and that's how I decide if something is within decorum or not. It's more just, you just have to make the distinction of maybe I just think to yourself, maybe I personally would not have said that, but it is still germane. In terms of decorum for tonight, just remember that this has been happening a little bit recently, and it's okay. I know we're excited to speak and whatnot, but just make sure anytime you speak, raise your hand, and I have to call on you, even for a follow-up question. If you start with, I have 2 questions, then you kind of did your due diligence there, but follow-up question, just remember again to just check in with me. If you just raise your hand and ask a question, I'm going to assume that you only had 1 question at hand. But again, if there's a follow-up, I usually do allow follow-ups to keep on that train or whatever. But yeah, so just keep those things in mind for tonight and just try to be as respectful as possible. Keep everything germane. But again, just know in terms of, I think there's been a lot of talk of what could be called or what maybe cannot be called. And it's just to think to yourself, maybe I wouldn't have said that, but it is still germane. That's kind of where I stand with that. Any specific questions about decorum, please let me know, and we will be having a Sergeant at Arms conversation moving forward. Okay, and then shadowing. It is getting that time, so any leadership positions coming up that you might be interested in, please feel free, reach out to that person and ask them specifics about what they do, and maybe if they can be shadowed. It looks like Pro Temp Morset has some specifics about that. We did have a conversation about having some sort of open house and what that would look like, and it would happen at Senate Exec. So that is definitely a possibility there. If people would be interested in coming to Senate Exec, and then we just have one meeting where we talk about our positions, and that would be convenient because that's right before Senate. So yeah, that's also an option, but just learning about the different positions that you guys could take on. For me specifically, just reach out to me and just said, let me know your availability. I'm pretty much always in the office. I actually am trying to like cut down on it a little bit this semester, but usually I do spend a lot of time in the office. So feel free to ask me my availability, but I will say I'm kind of leaving it in your hands. If you want the position, then I'm just kind of leaving it to you guys to reach out to me and take that initiative on. So yeah. All right, Big 12 on the Hill, President Lister mentioned it, and I also mentioned it at the beginning of the month, but myself, President Lister, Vice President Brawley, Chief Justice Rivera, and GAC Polera will be going to DC on Sunday, returning on Wednesday to lobby at the Capitol. So that's really exciting. It's organized by TCU. And yeah, basically just kind of a fun thing on the side that we get to do. And because of that, next week, Monday, Tuesday, I probably will not be able to respond. Again, if you need anything, feel free to Teams message me. I just cannot promise that I will respond. And then Wednesday, kind of up in the air. But yeah, that's it for me. Of course, the anonymous Dropbox and any questions for myself. Varela.
What are you lobbying for from Big 12 on the Hill?
So yeah, we met with, I don't know their exact position titles, but the government affairs from the university. So I think what we're looking at right now, it's kind of a difference in Monday and Tuesday. Monday, we're mixed with different Big 12 schools. We're like in mixed groups, so I'm not with anyone from UCF. But then Tuesday, we're all back together, kind of more focused on Florida, UCF type thing. On Monday, I think we just got the one pager and we like kind of just got the material, so we still have to look through it. And I think a lot of prep will be done when we're with the groups on Sunday. College affordability, I think, is a big one. And there was another one having to do something along those lines, but college affordability, I think, is the big one on Monday when we're all together. And then on Tuesday, we are looking at different options right now, but I think our big ones that we're going to focus on is NASA moving to Florida, as we want to talk about, and then that's good for UCF specifically because Space U. That's the big one. So yeah. Any further questions? Vasquez.
Who organizes like the event?
All of it. So I think it switches by year. So this year it's TCU. Next year it'll be a different school, so on, so on. So UCF will organize it one year. And it's the same thing with the Big 12 Student Government Conference, the one that's just like focused on only student governments. For Big 12 schools, they switch it off every year. So that will be organized through the school. And then it's like their government people through their university, as well as their like advisors and things like that. And then for Tuesday, our meetings are organized by our UCF government affairs people through their connections and whatnot. Lipner.
Two, if I may.
You may.
The first one's related to Day at the Capitol. Do you know exactly who you'll be meeting with as far as representatives go?
For the Big 12 on the Hill?
Yeah, sorry, on the Hill.
Yeah, so those are in the works. And we just got the information today, and I'm definitely blanking on their names. Can I yield to GAC Polera? Can you answer that question?
So we pretty much reached out to the Central Florida delegation. So confirmed meetings, I think we've got Senator Scott, we're working on Congressman Frost, we're working on Congressman Soto, Rep Paradopoulos, and then there's like one more.
Yeah, just got the information today. I promise I will be prepared to represent the student body. It's been a long day.
And
Okay,
then
yes,
the
second question.
follow-up, it's not actually a follow-up, it's a different question. You mentioned the exec meeting that we had today. Is there any way to get those meeting minutes sent to us for public
Yes.
availability? Thank
I
you.
will post those. Or if anyone wants to post those really quick, or I can too. I don't know where exactly. I guess if you want to link them right underneath my decorum, or if it's already in Senate, if we're going to talk about it in Senate form or Senate deliberations, it can also go there. But yeah, we'll link those. Varela.
That's another Big 12 from the Hill question. Is the governmental affairs policy office here at UCF in charge of setting the agenda for what you're going to talk about?
Yes.
I don't know if they're really in charge. We asked them to help us, so they helped us create them.
Yeah, we asked pretty much, to my understanding, it's just they're kind of the experts in this. So yeah, Vasquez.
So they created the agenda, or we did?
They did, but I think we're also have a little bit of some people in the group also are using a little bit of their connections as well. So yeah, the second day is kind of like it's like whatever you make of it, to my understanding. Go ahead.
So basically for the first day, that's what Big 12 gives us. For the second day, Big 12 like instructs all the schools to have their government relations team create agendas for like school specifics. So that's why they helped us create the agenda for the second day and then give us like UCF facts and like all the data and statistics to back everything up. So the government relations office wrote the agenda for you for the second day. Yes, because that's what Big 12 told us to do, that all the government relations teams write everyone's agendas for the second day.
Any further questions? Oh, Banesh.
President voting.
Vice Chair Banesh, President voting, so noted at 7:35 p.m. Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Oh no, I scrolled to the bottom. Okay, Internal Legislative Assistant Report, Ayala Alcuda.
Hello again, Senate. This past week, Chair Kaufman, Chair Caringle, and Comptroller Smillo gave a spectacular presentation on the fiscal code, so thank you so much all for coming in. Additionally, SLCers were required to complete their fiscal training. This coming week, Chair Hamid and Dila Colazo will be coming in to give a legislation writing workshop. Otherwise, mentors are going strong. As always, if you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. That's it for me.
Any questions? All right, seeing none. External Legislative Assistant Report, ELA Richmond, none. Senate President Pro Tempore Report, Pro Temp Morissette, and she's not here. Would you like to read them out? Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Pro Temp Morissette is attending a Black Awareness panel for an RSO, so that's what she's doing right now, but she will be here present throughout the duration of the meeting. So meeting with Shane regarding funding for new RSO reorganization, meeting with all of leadership soon. So if you don't know, the RSOs kind of like groups are changing, like department RSOs, like who are associated with student government or the university and who's not. So funding changes for them. So Pro Temp Morissette will clarify all that. I would like to ask Senate to keep in mind ideas to increase efficiency and Senate's portrayal to the Senate body. So elections, responsibility, advocacy measures, and funding. Then we have, sorry, I just broke into the mic. Open house for feedback. So like like Senate President Pullman mentioned, so coming in, learning about our roles or just giving us feedback, but I'll let Temp Morissette speak on that. Additionally, on a more serious note, I do have to read this in accordance with Senate Rule 5. So please bear with me, but if you guys open the link, what I'm about to read, the memorandum is what I'm reading. So Honorable Senators, after a comprehensive review of the Office of the Senate President Pro pro tempore is rejecting Internal Bill 5632 on the grounds that it directly contradicts the University of Central Florida student body constitution and violates Senate Rule 5.01b2, which prohibits internal bills from contradicting constitutional provisions. As Resolution 56XX updates to Senate Rules 2 and 56XX updates to Senate Rule 4 are directly tied to the implementation of Internal Bill 5632, they are also hereby rejected. These resolutions attempt to amend Senate rules in a manner that would facilitate unconstitutional changes outlined in Internal Bill 5632. Since the bill is invalid, the supporting resolutions cannot be enacted. Rejection of Internal Bill 5632. Internal Bill 5632 attempts to transfer the confirmation power of presidential appointments from the legislative branch to the Election Commission. However, the student body constitution grants the legislative branch sole authority over the confirmation process, a fundamental function of the Senate's advice and consent responsibilities. This bill contradicts Senate Rule 5.01b2, which states that internal bills cannot propose a law that contradicts the Constitution. Additionally, Senate Rule 5.02a2 grants the office of the Senate President pro tempore the authority to reject measures based on their suitability. Given that Internal Bill 5632 violates constitutional provisions and disrupts the balance of power, it is unsuitable for consideration and is rejected. Rejection of the associated resolutions. Because Internal Bill 5632 is rejected, the accompanying resolutions that amend Senate rules to implement these unconstitutional changes are also invalid. The first resolution, this resolution seeks to remove the Elections and Appointments Committee from the standing committees of the Senate, transferring its duties to the Election Commission. However, the ENA Committee plays a critical role in confirming presidential appointments, a function that must remain within the legislative branch. Since Internal Bill 5632, which proposes these changes, is unconstitutional, the rule change supporting it cannot be enacted. The second resolution, this resolution removes ENA committee reports from the Senate agenda, effectively eliminating its role in Senate business. However, again, Senate Rule 2.03 clearly outlines the responsibilities of the ENA committee, and this resolution seeks to dismantle those responsibilities without proper legislative authority. As Internal Bill 5632 is invalid, the resolution cannot be implemented. Alternative recommendations. Rather than attempting to unconstitutionally reallocate legislative powers, we suggest that Chair Coringo and Supervisor Brown focus on election-specific reforms rather than Senate governance restructuring. These changes could include creating and electing positions for the supervisor of elections instead of an appointed one, expanding the types of elections, midterm elections, special elections, additional general elections to enhance student representation, exploring local government models such as Florida's elected Supreme Court justices, county supervisor of elections, attorney general, and chief financial officer to strengthen election procedures without violating constitutional principles. In conclusion, since Internal Bill 5632 is rejected on constitutional grounds, the associated resolutions are also rejected, as they are contingent on the implementation of an unconstitutional measure. These changes cannot be made without a constitutional amendment, and attempts to bypass this requirement through statutory or rule changes are invalid. We encourage the sponsors of these measures to reassess their approach and propose changes that remain within the constitutional framework of student government. Respectfully, Denise Kamorset.
Okay, Kringle.
And according to Senate Rule 5.02.2.b, if rejected, the introducer may appeal this ruling on the Senate floor, and if the ruling is overruled, then it shall be placed on the agenda as is. I would then formally like to appeal the ruling of the pro temp's office and see this bill. I don't see how it's constitutionally invalid. It still keeps the power of confirmation and appointments within the legislative branch. We still do have the final say, and we do have the right, with the wording of the bill, to overturn the election commission's rulings. So I would like to appeal this decision.
Okay. I don't really, do you know, I'm going to yield to John or AG Polera. Is that like seen? How does this work? Do you know?
The I don't know if it's with you guys as well. The link didn't open it for me, so I can't really see what exactly what's being read off and everything. So I'm a little kind of confused on that. But I'll say that if you're doing an appeal, I don't think that the appeal would be able to be seen in the same meeting So, oh, sorry. Yeah.
Didn't mean to jump scare you. I was going to help you with your agenda.
Oh, thank you.
The way it reads is exactly, if rejected, the introducer may appeal the ruling on the Senate floor, and if the ruling is overruled, the measure shall be placed on the agenda as is. So it sounds like it's done in the same meeting.
Varela.
I'm pretty sure that in a case like this, when we don't have special rules governing how to do this procedure, we revert to Robert's rules, which is just motion for speech, question, debate. So I think the speech would be Karingo because he is appealing. So with that, I motion for 5-minute speech, 10-minute debate, 10-minute question, 10-minute debate.
Okay, thank you. 5-minute speech, so 5, 10, 10. Okay. All right, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Cool. So hi guys. What this legislation that we introduced is basically transferring the Committee of E&A over to the Election Commission. Now the reason why we wanted to do that was basically because ever since I kind of joined Senate, I've never really understood why Senate sees conformees twice. First time it's seen in the E&A committee, which, a handful of senators who are in E&A see them, ask them a bunch of questions, and then they come right back to Senate again and are asked those same questions over and over again with basically the same result almost each time. So one thing I wanted to do was try to get more eyes on conformees, more eyes on appointments. I thought a good way to go about this was to have them pass by the election branch first. Those extra set of eyes helps give more oversight to those appointments that we put in these year-long positions, and also kind of helps vet them in that separate way. Now, I think the reason why this was shot down and rejected by the Pro Temp's office was due to the student government constitution, which let me just quickly find that authority. Yeah, the duties and the powers of the student body senate, section 2.05. It says for section D, advise and consent by a 2/3 vote of the student's body senate, appointments made by the student body president. Now, it wasn't stated in the memorandum how it contradicted it constitutionally, so I think that's a flaw in itself. But I'm assuming that's the constitutional issue that we're having here. And with that, this does not get rid of that section of the Constitution. We're not trying to amend that. They're still going to be seen the second time, as they always would be on the Senate floor, by Senate. This is just getting rid of that first I hereby appoint section. Instead of to A&A, giving them to election branch, giving them another set of eyes, giving them another set of things. So constitutionally, and the whole reason for appealing this and not getting into the actual semantics of the internal bill, this internal bill does not violate that constitutional right and still keeps the right of appointments and the 2/3 vote within Senate. And with that is why I feel like this decision should be appealed. We should see the internal bill, and the entirety of Senate should debate the bill itself, and it should not be appealed by the Pro Temp's office on the grounds of violating the Constitution when it does not. And also, there's no constitutional proof or documentation of what it constitutionally violated within the memorandum. I might have missed it, but I yield my time.
Okay, we're now in line for questioning. You guys have 10 minutes. I'll start with Boomerang and then Varela.
May I direct a question to D-Leg Clauso?
You may.
Sorry, you're like the only point of contact here. So can you specify kind of what makes this unconstitutional?
Yes, I will. So Chair Karingo is correct. I'm alleging that it violates Article 2, 2.05b, the advice and consent powers of the legislative branch. I'm also alleging that it violates Article 3, 3.04, subsection B, appointments. The president, the duties and powers of the student body president, appoints students to the student government offices with the concurrence of the student body senate. So when I initially saw this bill, the thing that immediately threw me off was that it said the election branch. We do not have an election branch. That the branches are outlined in the Constitution. It is what myself and the office of the Senate President Pro Tempore believe, that if we are to add an additional branch, it must be made through the Constitution and not through a statutory change, as that's where the branches are outlined. So if we do want an election branch, then it must be explicitly stated into our Constitution, which requires a constitutional amendment. And since the Article 3 explicitly states the legislative branch has the power of advising and consenting on presidential appointees, and the bill is referring to the election branch, we are alluding to the fact that it is unconstitutional, as it is not a present branch, and that power is delegated to the Senate body. As I stated through my meeting with the Supervisor of Elections, the Senate has purview over presidential appointments because we are elected officials of our constituencies. We represent the people, and the people is UCF students. So that is why we review appointees. The Election Commission does not review appointees because they are appointed officials reviewing appointed officials. That wouldn't make any sense. These appointed officials review elected officials, will not review, but guide them through the election process. The Election Commission's duties and responsibilities rely on the scope of elections, not appointments. That is our constitutionally granted right, as stated in Article 2 and 3 of the UCF Student Body Constitution.
Varela.
Yeah, I want to ask a question to the AG. That's okay.
You may. Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? Any objections? Seeing none. Okay.
The way you interpret the Constitution, can the Senate delegate its confirmation power?
Through my interpretation, I would say no. I would say that because it specifically states with the concurrence of the student body senate, and it doesn't, as Chair Koyasu said, it doesn't outline a different body, and it doesn't give the option of doing it. I would say that it doesn't have that power because it's not specifically stated. I think that if that's something that the body would want to consider, that they would have to make that as an amendment to the current Constitution, that the Senate would have the ability to do that. But because it's not stated, I would say that it doesn't have the right to.
Kringle.
A question to the AG and the question to the DLEG.
You may.
By your definition, what is concurrence?
Well, it wouldn't be up to my definition. It'd be up the Black Law Dictionary definition. So, I mean, I could try to look that up for you, but through, do you want my own definition, even though
the correct definition, like the Black's Law?
Okay.
And then for the DLEG, now, let me just read over this one more time to make sure.
And just a reminder, we have 5.5 minutes remaining in questioning.
Apologies. I'll withdraw that last one.
Okay.
I'll come back to that.
Gumrov.
May I judge question to DLEG Colazo?
You may.
So can I ask what the decision was to reject it rather than let it be seen and then perhaps reject it? Because I think we've seen a couple bills before that have been clarified unconstitutional and it just gets like rejected. Because this could have failed anyway, you know?
I was in the previous DLEG back then. So in my experience as a justice, it's something that I automatically look out for whether something is unconstitutional or not. So that immediately clicked in my brain. And then I immediately went to Senate rules, and it says that measures can't be introduced, internal bills specifically can't be introduced if they are against the Constitution or unconstitutional. I believe the Office of the Senate President pro tempore is acting within their rights. This is not a decision that I made myself. This was a decision that I sat down with the President pro tempore and the Deputy pro tempore of Senate Relations, and we all agreed to reject this bill and its accompanying resolutions.
Kringle.
So for the reasoning for it violating it being called the election branch, part of my legislation was to basically just kind of give them a more official title of election branch, not just election commission under their request. Is that something we can amend in the language of the bill just to simply put commission instead? And the reason why I was included as election branch in the actual bill was because we were looking to rename their title, which renaming their title would then kind of refer them as that. So I'm just wondering how that's unconstitutionally sound.
So the way that the current language of the piece of legislation is worded, with addition to its title, I'm claiming the title and the duties and powers being stripped away from the Senate are both unconstitutional. Even if you change the title, technically, yes, it would be a completely different bill that would be remanded. However, if it's still the same verbiage, then that's still the same concern. So you would essentially have to go back to the drawing board, essentially.
Kringle, and 3 minutes remaining in questioning.
And then if part of the bill, the reason why it's rejected because it's unconstitutional, if the power to appoint still remains with the Senate, because it does still remain with the Senate, we still have the final vote, and we have the right to appeal any decision made. How does that violate the Constitution?
So Article 3, Section 4, subsection B, with the concurrence of the student body Senate. The president does not need the election branch's approval for the appointees. They can completely bypass that system. It is a constitutionally given power, it's a constitutionally given process. They would be well within their constitutional rights to not send their appointees to the election branch or commission, because it is the student body Senate. That is the body that reviews appointments. This is not a novice concept. This is something that we have in the Florida legislature. This is something that we have in United States Congress. I see no reason to change it. If anything, in my conversations with the supervisor of elections, is that he is wanting to give the commission more responsibilities. Well, we can do that. And here at Florida, we have the Secretary of State that oversees the entire state's election processes with the county supervisor of elections. So there are measures that we can put in place. I do not believe this is the correct way. This is unconstitutional. This power is delegated by the Constitution to the legislator, both federally, locally, and in the state. So I don't see a reason to change precedents now, unless we introduce some sort of amendment, constitutional amendment.
All right, we have about 1 minute remaining in questioning and a lot of business to see, but Rickett, you've had your hand up, so you can go ahead.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections?
I'm going to object to the question for the AG.
Okay.
I withdraw.
Okay. 1 minute, but go ahead.
I was just going to ask if you have the definition for concurrence.
Yeah, I actually just pulled it up. So according to Black Law Dictionary, it has having the same authority, acting in conjunction, agreeing in the same act, contributing to the same event, contemporaneous, as to current jurisdiction, insurance, lease, lien, and writs. See those titles.
Okay.
I can also paste it if that would help.
Move the debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do Borges, Lipner, Gumrov.
Sorry, I had 2 questions. I just didn't want to object. Can I ask one of them at least? Okay, to the e-nature actually. Would you be willing to adopt this in committee? You mean see the bill in committee? Can I clarify? Like use your power as chair to circumvent the pro tempore and just see it in your committee anyway? Or actually, if this applies.
Yeah, go ahead, because I think
A committee can't simply adopt a legislation without the approval of the pro tempore's office. It's clearly outlined in Senate Rule 5. They would need myself and the pro temp's approval, I believe a day before or right before the meeting to have that legislation adopted.
Also, since the bill is not only, I guess it is updates the election statutes, but Yeah, it would be seen by, I guess, ENA and LGR, because it's updates to also statute 3, and I don't know, it's a big bill, but I haven't looked through it yet, but yeah.
I guess I have a counter point of order. The pro tempore only has to be notified. They don't have to approve anything. The chair can simply see something as long as it's notified.
All right. I think I said Lipner next.
Yeah, overall, I am in support of I am favoring Kringel's side of things in this process, as I believe that with Senate making the final vote anyways, we are still concurrently involved with this process, and therefore this is constitutionally viable. I would love to hear anyone else's take on why that is not the case, but as far as I see it, Senate still has the final say.
I believe I said Gumarov. Okay.
Yeah, so I'm actually in favor of the rejection. I don't think this is constitutionally sound. Like Collazo pointed out, elections and appointments are two very different things. Elections, like the biggest thing about Senate is that we go through our elections at the beginning of the session. So we go through our elections, we get voted in by the student body. Once that election period is over, we appoint people. So they don't go through a whole election process. They don't get elected by the people within their college, and it's a completely different process. So, and it is within our constitutional power as Senate to appoint people. So I don't think this is constitutionally sound, just simply moving it over to the election commission. Yeah.
Okay. I'll do Rickett, Lazo, Varela.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I will not be in favor of this legislation. We've already heard that the recommendation is that we have an amendment to the Constitution. If you look at Article 3, which is the executive branch, look at Section 3.04b, it clearly states one of the powers is to appoint students to the student government offices with concurrence of the student body senate. Right now, with that bill, we are not in jurisdiction to overrule the Constitution. I say again, we don't have the jurisdiction to do that. If you want to change that, we have to make an amendment to the Constitution itself. It's just like with the Florida state statutes or even our national, we can't simply just pass a bill within a legislative branch and make it happen to change the Constitution. There is a completely separate time and a completely separate process for doing that. Even when it comes to the 18th Amendment, 19th Amendment, 21st, all the way down, it takes an amendment to the Constitution, a proper amendment in order to do that. So the recommendation was, if you want to have all these changes go through the process of the making amendment, then we can vote on it, and then we can go from there. This internal bill, as it is, violates the Constitution. And if you didn't know that or you don't agree, that's your own opinion. But we need an amendment in order to make this happen. Thank you.
Okay, really quick, I'll get Metellus.
President voting.
Senator Metellus, present and voting, so noted at 8 p.m. And then Pro Tem Morset.
President voting.
Pro Tem Morset, present and voting, so noted at 8 p.m. I said Lazo and then Varela, yeah.
Senator Rickett basically took the words out of my mouth. This, as it stands, just has a resolution, just is not going to work. It is constitutionally, it's unconstitutional. It's just going to be violating our Constitution and putting us outside of our jurisdiction. And while I commend the efforts of both Chair Carringle and Supervisor Brown to want to be giving the commission more work, I want to completely understand that this is just not the avenue to do that. I'd also like to remind you that in not seeing it, that still means that the bill can be worked on and definitely needs work so it can stand as a constitutional piece of legislation. As it is right now, I just don't feel comfortable supporting it, and there's just too much going on in it that would completely change Senate powers, executive powers, and the powers of the commission. And like I would like to remind you, not the election branch. I consider holding up our decision, the pro tem's decision, to not see it.
Okay, we have about 4.5 minutes remaining in debate, so I encourage everyone just have clear, concise points. Try to be quick while getting your point across. Varela.
Yeah, it is unconstitutional, the bill, but I kind of want the resolution, the bill, whatever. I kind of want to explain why, because I think we've kind of thrown that word around a lot, unconstitutional. The specific reason why it's unconstitutional is because Senate/Congress cannot delegate powers that are delegated to it in the Constitution. It's kind of a widely accepted principle in constitutional law. The fact that you get a power through the Constitution does not mean you can delegate it. Because it is assigned to us in the Constitution, like H. Polaris said, without any sort of reference to us being able to kind of hand it off to someone else, we can't hand it off. It's implied, it's not explicit, but that is why it's unconstitutional. So yeah, this bill was just plainly unconstitutional. It can't pass.
Okay. Rudy.
Present and voting.
Senator Rudy, present and voting, so noted at 8:02 p.m. I'll do Thos, Kringle, Colazo.
Motion vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw? Okay. Kringle.
Yeah. So what I still want to say is I still don't see how it's unconstitutional. It's not getting rid of our powers at all. We still have every power within us to approve and deny appointments and confirmations. Yeah, it's with concurrence, but he appoints it to us. We see it. We say yes or no, and they get put in the seat. If we say no, they don't. The thing with E and A, it's not about giving them, or sorry, with EC, it's not about giving them more things to do. It's about seeing more eyes and more people on the certain things that the year-long positions and the power we give to these students in these positions. The positions that are appointed and confirmed are not like small positions. I get that we're elected senators and everyone else is confirmed, but the fact of the matter is the more eyes that we have on these students with these big responsibilities and big duties, I feel like it's going to be better for the entire student body as a whole. With that, the real reason that we're in this appeal in the first place is the constitutional, righteousness of it or not. And with concurrence of the student body, we as a student body, the student body senate, we as a student body senate still have the right to approve and deny these confirmees. There is nothing that says that we're going to give full power to elections. No. We still have the power to approve, deny, and even appeal their decisions. So constitutionally, I see this as stable. If you guys want to fight the semantics of the bill itself, we can if it's seen or not. But for now, it's just the constitutionality of it. And as it reads, and as I read it at least, in the definitions given to us, this does not break the Constitution.
All right, we have a little under 2 minutes remaining, so let's try to be clear and concise. Colazo.
I think the key thing that I took away from the previous senators' debate is we're not giving the full power. I think that alludes to the fact that the bill is intended to give away partial power to the election branch or election commission. We are the legislator, and that is clear and simple in the principles of this country, that we have checks and balances with presidential appointments to check the power of the president. Yes, he reserves the right to interview and decide how he picks his appointees, but we also reserve the right to advise and consent on those appointees. And our advisement and consent process is consistent with the federal government. Appointments of the Attorney General and Supreme Court justices go through the Senate Judiciary Committee in Congress and then go before the Senate. Ours is a little differently. We see all appointments in one committee instead of delegating them to maybe LJR or ORS or even GAP. So I think here we, like I've stated throughout this entire appeal hearing, that we believe that this is unconstitutional, and we urge the Senate body to reject these measures.
All right, debate time has elapsed. I'll take a motion.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. Okay, so I guess yes will be to appeal the office of the Senate President Pro Tempore's decision. So that would be, yes would be siding with Chair Kringle. No would be that we will not accept the appeal. And that will be upholding the office of the Senate President Pro Tempore's position. Does that make sense? Okay. So yes, Kringle, no would be Colazo and Pro Tempore set. All right, with a vote count of 7 to 31 to 0, the appeal does not stand, and the office of the Senate President Pro Tempore's decision is upheld. Okay, I think we were right there when it happened. So any questions regarding the Senate President Pro Tempore's report? Anything you'd like to elaborate on, or we can, okay. Lipner.
Yeah, I guess a follow-up question for Chair Colazo, if I may.
You may.
What would you suggest we do looking forward to make this more constitutional? Is the first step and only step to amend the Constitution?
So, like what was stated in the memorandum, we don't believe that it should be an amendment. We believe the election commission should remain the election commission, but expand on its duties and responsibilities. So maybe instead of having the supervisor of elections being appointed and having to wait for the president to do that, we can have them elected, which is something that Orange County does here. Because what happens is that the supervisor of elections position, the appointment process is kind of neglected. We didn't get the supervisor of elections until the beginning of the fall semester when they were supposed to be appointed during the summer semester. So we can look into that. We can also look into including special elections. So when, instead of filling our vacancies within the Senate body, we can have a special election. Additionally, we can explore, the Attorney General, the Comptroller being elected. We can explore many different avenues with elections. I just don't think the correct avenue is taking away Senate's constitutionally given power.
Any further questions? Okay, seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, De La Colazo.
Hi guys, sorry about that. That had kind of delayed us. But tonight's remanded bills are on editing mode, so don't add any of your amendments until Brody gets back or editing mode gets turned off and we're on reviewing mode. Because right now you can just alter a bill without actually your amendment showing up. So just be aware of that. Tonight we are seeing one fiscal bill on third reading, and in regards to internal legislation, we are seeing 3 internal bills on first reading, 3 resolutions on first reading as well, 1 internal bill and 1 resolution on third reading, and 7 proclamations on second reading. Something that I've started to do is include internal chairs when we're remanding bills, because what was happening is that internal chairs weren't finding out that bills were actually being created until Senate meeting, until the agenda was made. So that's something that I've been doing. So the bills that have been remanded tonight, ICC LGR Chair Courts and GAP Chair Vasquez. And just to clarify a little why those resolutions are going to GAP instead of SBA is because those are in regards to local, state, and federal governments, and they have jurisdiction over that as stated in our Senate rules. If in regards to student affairs, then yes, it would go directly to the SBA. I know some of senators have been approached regarding CRT FAO funding, so please direct those concerns to myself and the appropriate chairs. I'm currently working on a presentation that will guide SLCers and you fellow senators on how to draft internal and fiscal legislation. And like always, I'm available to shadow.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, De Lazo.
We are booked tentatively for the low impact challenge course. I'm just waiting on the RWC facility scheduler to send me that confirmation email. But that's going to be on Friday, March 7th from 2 to 5 p.m. So either email or DM me if you're interested in going so I can get an official number of attendees. Everyone is welcome to come. I did the low impact course so that, people who are scared of heights or they can't do a lot of strenuous activity can all feel welcome. If anyone is interested in the DSER position, let me know. I would love to help out with that, especially because in the statutes, there's not a lot about the position. So I know that could be really confusing. And lastly, have fun at Universal Nights. Be safe. That's it for me.
Any questions? Metellus.
For that time frame, do you have to stay the whole time or can you leave early if possible?
If you need to leave early, yeah, that's fine. I also think the 5 p.m. time is just the latest that we can stay there. Sometimes people finish faster than that.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Is there a motion to move to miscellaneous business? All right, are there any objections? Okay, seeing none. All All right, first up, we have the recommendation of censure. Really quick, I will go through kind of what's going to happen. So first, LJR chair courts will give a statement on LJR's decision, and then after that, chair courts and the LJR committee will be open for a period of questioning. After that has elapsed, then the issuer, which is Chair Alcuda, will be able to speak, and then they will be open to questions after that. Following the issued, we'll be able to speak, and then we'll have a questioning period following that, and then debate, and then voting. So just to be clear, LJR already voted that the recommendation of censure has merit. Now our job, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, our job is voting on the penal action that will be taken, which was recommended by the issuer, Chair Alcuda. So I would actually recommend to everyone to go to UCF Student Government website, Constitution and Statutes, Title IX, and honestly, because if you're a little bit confused on the process, that might help to just like have it there in front of you, because that's really, I've had many conversations with Attorney General Polera about how this is going to go, and this is kind of what we've been using the statutes to see the process that this is going to follow. And the only time constraint outlined in the statutes is 10 minutes for the issued party. I'm assuming we are going to want time constraints that we can set for everyone. I'm seeing head nods. Okay, so I guess we can, is anyone confused on the process of what is going to happen? Are you confused on the process? Okay.
So we don't vote on whether or not we're censuring. We're voting on the punishment ?
Pretty much, but the punishment can be, the penal action can be like nothing, pretty much, to my understanding. Yes, LJR already voted on whether it has merit. They voted yes, that's why we're seeing it here. We are voting on the penal action, which can be nothing. It can be the highest tier. That's up to you guys. You can amend that in debate time, because what we're moving off of is what the issuer of the recommendation of the censure recommended, and that will be elaborated on at that time. But yeah, so basically it's going to be LJR chair questioning, issuer questioning, issued questioning, debate, voting. Lipner?
May I move for a 10-minute reading period? I'm noticing a lot of people looking at the materials.
Yes, there's been a motion for a 10-minute reading period.
I object.
You object?
I move for 15 minutes.
Are you amenable to 15?
I'm amenable to that, yeah.
Okay. There's been a motion for a 15-minute reading period on all the...
I object.
You object. Okay. Do you withdraw?
I don't, considering me and the issuer both want this to happen. Then I withdraw, yeah.
Okay. So after LJR, then we want the reading period? Okay. Sounds good. Okay. Do we want time limits on everything? I'm asking the body. Okay, so Colazo.
The motion hasn't been made for time limits, right?
The motion hasn't been made yet. So
okay, so I motion for 10 minutes of speeches for all the individuals speaking, and I motion for a 10, 15, 15.
Okay, so that's 10-minute speeches, 15 minutes of questioning, and then 15 minutes for the debate? Or, okay. So, and then the debate is, it's not speeches, questioning, debate, speeches, questioning, debate. It's speeches, questioning, speeches, questioning, speeches, questioning, and then debate for everything. Because you're not, does everyone understand? Okay. Okay, so chair courts, you have 10 minutes. Is everyone good? Feel free to ask any clarifying questions at any point throughout, just so that we're all clear on what we're doing. And again, I would recommend pulling up the statutes if you're still confused. I think it's at 909. Yeah, 909 is kind of where it starts. So yeah. Okay, you have 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, and then for further clarification, you guys are asking the LJR committee about our decision, not about the events, because you can question them. Okay, hello, Senate. Per Title IX, Chapter 909.2, the LJR chair must present a recommendation of censure to the Senate body and a summary along with an explanation of the decision made by the committee. Yesterday, with a vote count of 5-0 to 1, my committee decided that the actions of the issued Chair Lipner had merit and would be seen by the Senate body. The censure issued directly mentions Title IX, Chapter 905.1, subsection A, which is repeated disruptive behavior by any student government agent. The disruptive behavior being in Title 11, Chapter 1100.6, which says that no student government agent shall discriminate nor engage in discriminatory harassment against any individual based upon race, color, religion, sex, national origin, ethnicity, age, disability, marital status, pregnancy, parental status, veteran status, sexual orientation, gender identity, gender expression, organizational affiliation, and or affiliation with a political campaign. The issuer, Chair Alcuda, explained 2 specific instances in which Chair Lipner made her uncomfortable, with specific attention to race, ethnicity, and national origin. To summarize the events, the issuer showed screenshots of a Teams message sent by the issued where he told her that an RSO had asked why there was no identity caucus that included Israeli/Jewish students, and that the RSO was curious as to why Chair Alcuda gave the caucus that she founded, the Arab Caucus, the name Arab Caucus. He noted that he was ambivalent to the question, but believed that changing the title to Middle Eastern as opposed to Arab would squash the issue before it blew out of proportion. He finished by saying that he had personally held off on joining the caucus because of that distinction. Chair Alcuda responded to this team's message, addressing these concerns and explaining why the term Middle East is problematic and exclusionary of significant Arab populations, and that it would be impossible to accurately represent the many different identities within the region of the Middle East in one caucus for many reasons. The issuer also highlighted an alleged conversation between her and the issued that took place at the caucus takeover event a few weeks ago, in which the issued approached the Arab caucus table, saying he was worried when he saw the issuer had arrived late to set up her table. The conversation then moved on to the stickers that the issuer had made for her caucus, asking what the Arabic writing in the stickers translated to. Chair Alcuda said that the stickers said Arabic in Arabic, to which the issuer alleged that the issued said, quote, "You better be careful though, you're treading a fine line." To which the issuer replied, "No, I'm not sure I'm following." The issued replied to this by saying, when students will see Arabic writing or Arabs, they're going to assume the worst. As for my committee's decision, it was, again, a vote count of 5-0 to 1, meaning that we believe that the recommendation of censure had merit. The committee believed that both accounts given by the issuer were repeated violations of Title 11, the Code of Ethics. The committee was also concerned by the fact that the issuer provided LJR with a statement of events, whereas the issued did not provide his own statement of events for the LJR committee, choosing to instead make edits to Chair Alcuda's statement. The committee believed that Chair Lipner's submitted materials were supplemental and not strong-grounded. The committee also turned to the Black's Law Dictionary definition of disruption, which states that a disruption is the act of causing annoyance or disquiet or interfering with a person's pursuit of lawful occupation. The committee believes that Chair Lipner's comment, assuming the worst, played into the harmful stereotype of the Arab community. The LJR committee understands Chair Lipner's perspective and wanting Chair Alcuda to reach out to clarify what he meant. While the LJR committee understands Chair Lipner's perspective and wanting Chair Alcuda to reach out to clarify what he meant, we do not believe that the responsibility should be placed on Chair Alcuda, as it is well within her rights to not wish to engage as she was experiencing discomfort. And with that, me and my committee yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Remind me of what it says it just says the issued and the issuer can't speak on it, but I guess the LJR committee can. Or
I was just going to ask if the LJR chair could post her speech in the materials.
Okay. Do we want to enter the period of reading time now before questioning? Closet.
I motion for 10 minutes of reading time. 8 minutes? 15 minutes of reading time.
There's been a motion for 15 minutes of reading time. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, I'll let you guys know when there are 5 minutes remaining and then 1 minute remaining. Everyone bear in mind, this is like a recess period. Just be mindful of that. I mean, this isn't a recess period, so I recommend reading and yeah. Just another reminder that this is a reading period, not recess. So if you have to use the bathroom, get water, things like that, that's totally fine. But other than that, stay in your seats and read. And if you're done reading, then just sit tight for a sec. Or if anyone has any questions about what's what, where to find things, that's fine. But for the most part, just type.
Forgive me. During this period, are we able to ask Chair Court?
I would, yeah, advise that just save questioning for questioning period.
Thank you.
What time does the reading period end?
Oh, I should have said that. Well, we're at 6 minutes even right now. And so then we have 9 more to go. So then that's at 8:37. So until 8:37. Okay, let's make sure this is a reading period, not a recess. So let's just, if you're not reading, just sit tight for a sec. 5 minutes remaining. All right, 1 minute remaining, and I should have made this clear earlier, but materials presented to the LJR committee is what the LJR committee used for their decision. The folder of new materials is what was sent to me for this hearing. All right, reading time has elapsed, and I'll advise if anyone has any questions regarding the materials, just be advised that right now is a questioning time for the LJR committee. Any question towards the issuer, so ILA Alakuda, or the issued Chair Lipner, can be done during their time of questioning, which will come after their statements. So if you do have a question for them, I'll probably advise or just move it over towards their questioning time. All right, and we have 15 minutes. Gaudio.
Present voting.
Senator Gaudio present and voting, so noted at 8:37 p.m. Okay, Hamid, Rickett, and then Gumrov.
This might be more of a clarifying question to Chair Courts. What is the accused allowed to provide during the hearing?
The accused, so they're allowed to bring and present anything that, what's the word? That proves any inaccuracies in the accuser's speech, materials, statement of events.
Rickett.
Chair Courts, during the committee meeting, was there a recommendation or suggestion on any of the tiers of the penal code outlined in Title IX?
No, because the LJR committee's role in the censure process is to determine whether or not it has merit. We just decide whether or not it will be seen by the Senate.
I'll follow on, Madam Speaker. Has the issued ever been censured in the past this session?
No, nobody has been censured this session.
Gumrov.
Yeah, so when I went through the LJR meeting minutes, I know there was a tad bit of confusion / disagreement. Was the censure shown to have merit because it violated Title 11, or does it also violate Title 9 with one of the points of what classifies a censure?
It directly violates Title 9, which is the, what does it say? Repeated disruptive behavior in concurrence with Title 11.
Also, I'll point out you can yield to any of the committee members at any time, but just as we'll assume the question's going to you.
It's statutory if it's.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I'll do Metellus and then Varela.
I can't ask my main question, but I do have a procedural question. You said earlier when Gumrov asked that we'd be voting on that punishment, right? How exactly will that work? Like, are we able to bring suggestions and then we vote on it?
Yeah, so you're voting, LJR already voted that it has merit, so now we're voting on the penal action, which will be, you have a recommendation that you'll be bringing during your statement. During debate, it can be amended. You can say motion to amend this to whatever, and then it's either objected or we'll kind of just go from there. It can be amended, but originally it is a recommendation by the issuer, and then we just kind of go from there. But did you have a question, or was that okay? Varela.
First the procedural, and then it's like a real question. Are we allowed to ask questions to the issue or the issuer?
Yes, but not right now. Not right now. Right now we're in a period of questioning for LJR, and then next it will be the issuer questioning, issued questioning.
So can you specify how the LGR committee interpreted the I guess the evidence that was given to you by the issued? Because I didn't see much of like that debate in the or that consideration in the minutes, like specifically like the link to the United Nations, and I'm not sure if new materials were seen in the LGR committee, but also if you can clarify that.
I will give that to Colazo.
So I was confused about those additional evidence too. If you see I asked clarifying questions regarding each of the evidence that the issued provided, and the issued stated that it was up to the LJR committee whether we deem it relevant or irrelevant, or we would or taken into consideration when determining merit. I cannot speak for the full committee, but I personally did not take the issued evidence in regards to the UN link and the project PDF into my decision. I didn't consider it what's the word? Not accurate, but relevant. So
Did anybody else wish to wait? I think Benwick has a second answer for that.
Okay.
This is like a second part of my question that was like low-key hidden, so it's okay. But the also the new materials folder, was that materials that were seen in the LGR committee, or are those new for this specific hearing right now?
Those are new for the specific hearing now.
Benwick.
Yeah, kind of just adding on to what Colazo said, the evidence that was provided from the issue, there was a lack of anything that wasn't supplemental. It just in kind of response to Alcuda's statements, there wasn't any statement of events that really had a clear line. It was just all, this is what I actually said and might have gotten misheard throughout the student union.
Okay. Did I say anyone else? I'll do Lazo, Gaudio, Rickett.
Can I get a little bit more of an explanation onto, I'm reading the minutes and it says that, I believe it was Koyasu that said in your provided documents, you included a statement of events, but it appears to be Alcuda's with you providing amendments. Can you provide a little bit of elaboration of what that meant?
Yeah, so if you look at the materials that were given to the LGR committee, it should say issued Jordan Lipner. Is it? No. It's the statement of events. And if you look at it, it has edits to the statement that Chair Alcuda gave in the statement of events. So that piece of debate was specifically talking about how it was added to her debate. And the person who said that was Colazo, so I'll yield it to him.
Yeah, I just I would have liked, at least my thought process was, I would have liked to see a statement of events from the issued, explaining all of the total inaccuracies of the issuer's statements. That's what's stipulated into statutes. Not that it's mandatory that they bring a statement of events, but I think that when we're looking at inaccuracies of another statement of events, I think in my perspective, I was thinking, oh, okay, well, the issued should have their own version of statement of events, their own perspective, and I really didn't receive that.
Are you in the committee?
No, I'm just confused about like procedural wise.
Okay.
So when it comes to statement of events, the issuer provides a statement of events, and then the issued also has to provide a statement of events, and they have to like provide their own original one, or is that something they chose to do?
No, that was something that was chosen to do. The issuer does have to provide a statement of events because when you're making a censure, you have to tell your reason. The issued's entire reasoning for coming to LJR and giving a speech is to prove inaccuracies. So anything that they provide is to prove inaccuracies. They don't have to provide a statement of events, but theoretically that would prove inaccuracies.
Okay, was that your question, Lazo? Okay, we have 7 minutes remaining in questioning. Rickett and then Borges.
Okay, Chairman Quartz. So I actually looked at the agenda and in the minutes, and I was actually present as a non-observer. Were there any other witnesses or any other proofs of evidence to any of the events taking place between the issuer and the issued? Because it seems to me that there's a contradiction between both their testimonies. Is there any other witnesses or pieces of evidence that were presented to your committee that can confirm or deny or elaborate or observed on what exactly took place? Or was it, is it just, are we just taking the testimony of the issuer and the issued and there is no other pieces of evidence to corroborate what happened?
Issued and issuer, we were not made aware of any other witnesses. That's why in the speech that I gave, I said alleged when I was talking about the conversation.
Thank you.
Okay. Borges.
Kind of a question either for the LJR chair or you. Regarding the process on voting on the censure and the penal action, are those going to be two separate things or just one thing?
So yeah, the censure was already voted on in the LJR committee. So now we're voting on the penal action. You can follow up, yeah.
Can I ask a question to the Attorney General, actually?
He's not here.
He left.
Yeah, this was the advisement that I got, that Chair Courts, that you got from the Attorney General as well, right? Yeah.
May I ask a follow-up just about a sentence within in 910 issuing a notification of censure? It says in 910.2 the censured individual is open to student government penal action. Would that not imply that they'd have to be censured first by the Senate and then penal action can be applied after?
What line is that?
910.2. It's like the first start of that.
Courts.
A majority vote is needed by the Senate to formally censure the party issued.
Okay, so we're not voting on the, okay, got it. Okay, thanks for the clarification. Okay, so we're voting on like whether we're solidifying LJR's decision. And then has anyone seen have you seen a censure in your time?
I have been the only person to have a censure successfully go through. I issued one on behalf of CRT. To my understanding, because I did not want any penal action given, just the censure, we voted on the censure and then there was no second vote, but there would have been a second vote on the penal action.
Okay, so, okay, got it. And that would be this meeting
It
still?
could be the same meeting, up to you.
Okay, got it. Did I say, thank you for that clarification. You have a point about that? An answer? Okay, go ahead, got you.
Yeah, and of course, Chair Courts can correct me if I'm reading this incorrectly.
Also, really quickly, since we already had the we already had the question answered, though, we have 4 minutes remaining in debate. So whatever you're going to say, make it concise.
Yes. So the LJR committee is not deciding whether we think the censure should or should not go through. We are deciding whether or not it has merits to go to the floor. So considerations that we make are not necessarily the same considerations that this floor makes. We are just deciding if it has the merits to go through. The Senate is deciding whether or not to censure the party and provide that formal condemnation, which is what a censure is.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We have 3 minutes remaining in debate. Metellus. Questioning, sorry.
I guess procedural question, just to make sure I understand. So we'll only vote on a penal action if it's recommended by the issuer, correct? In their statement.
I'll have Colazo answer. Sorry.
So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to vote to issue the censure. So once that censure has been issued, we can place a penal action. We can choose not to place a penal action, but it's yes or no. But the first thing we're doing is issuing the censure. Then after that, we'll place a penal action.
You can't? She can't? I don't think... Wait, Courts, she can't answer a question?
I'm pretty sure you're the one who's gone through a censure.
Yeah.
To answer that question, whether or not I wanted a penal action, it becomes the Senate's measure, and the Senate decides whether or not a penal action goes through, whether or not I like that.
But then their issuer has the recommendation, but it is Senate's power to change that recommendation. Okay, we have 2.5 minutes remaining in debate. Questioning. Okay, Gumrov, Muratov, Karingal. 2 minutes though, so be concise.
So after this, we don't go to debate. We're gonna go to the speech.
Yes,
Can I please motion to go to that speech?
Well, we have about 2 minutes. Does anyone have any further questions? Okay. Muratov.
Just a quick question to whoever knows the answer, actually. I fairly got the process, but just want to clarify on how exactly would be the type of punishment said. is there going to be someone, let's say me saying, hey, we should do this punishment, or how's it going to work? Thank you.
Okay, so if we're talking about punishment, assuming that the censure goes through, traditionally, if you've never received a censure before and you are getting a punishment, it's warning.
It was your question. She's answering. So, okay, yeah.
Traditionally, it's just a warning if you are issued a censure for the first time and you receive punishment. So that would be it.
Okay. 20 seconds remaining. I'll take a motion. Gumrov.
Motion with just the other speech.
Okay, there's been a motion to end questioning and move to the other speech. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. You have 10 minutes whenever you're ready, Aile Alcuda, and let's try to cut down on the side conversations.
Good evening, Senate. Before I begin, I kindly ask you all to please refer also to my statement of events and ensure you have read through my detailed account of my experiences with Chair Lipner, which led me to recommend a censure. Additionally, I wanted to briefly explain Title IX, Chapter 905, Section 1, once again, which outlines the procedure of a notification of censure, which is a written notification which shows the condemnation or disapproval of the actions or inactions of an individual in accordance to the student body constitution, student body statutes, Senate rules, Senate bills, and or other legal mandates. Furthermore, the actions or inactions committed by an individual may include but are not limited to, quote, repeated disruptive behavior by student government agent, unquote, as noted by subsection A, and that is what I cited in my recommendation. Next, I'd like to reflect on my experience in yesterday's LJR committee meeting. Not only was it extremely difficult for me to face Chair Lipner and the committee to address this offense, but it is even more difficult to be forced to face Chair Lipner once again, and now the entirety of the Senate body. First, I'd like to point out that the evidence used by Chair Lipner in the LJR committee meeting mainly was an edited version of my own statements, which he added only a mere few lines to, still writing in my own perspective. In questioning, Chair Lipner stated that the reasoning for this was because he could tell that I wrote my statements as, quote, objectively and, quote, factually, unquote, as possible. This added even more insult to injury, as Chair Lipner found it most appropriate to use my own words and experiences as his own and did not respect the committee or myself enough to provide his own perspective. Despite this and the fact that he did not even strike out the words, quote, when students see Arabic writing or Arabs are going to assume the worst, unquote, thereby further confirms that those words are his own. Throughout LJR, Chair Lipner contradicted himself many times, as at another point he stated that he would, quote, never say those words at all, unquote. However, if he admitted that he said them once, there's no need to further debate whether or not he did say them. Chair Lipner admitted to it, making the Senate body's consideration even easier. During LJR, statutorily, Chair Lipner was only able to refute claims, not add any additional information in his speech. Chair Lipner was warned of this before he spoke, and even still, Chair Lipner almost immediately defied Chair Cordes by explaining his extensive Israeli and Jewish roots. This is a background that he wanted to explain to me after our team's message exchange, and one that Chair Lipner knew I didn't find necessary nor appropriate, as the topic of Israel and Palestine is very sensitive for me, yet I was forced to hear his familial ties to the region, which he self-proclaimed were rooted from much, quote, Jewish colonization, unquote. This background is not and has never been relevant to me, the Arab Caucus, and it remains irrelevant to the matter of this censure. Now, Chair Lipner's main argument will likely be that he had a different meaning in warning me to, quote, be careful, unquote, because I'm, quote, treading a fine line, unquote, as Arab Caucus chair, since, quote, when students see Arabic writing or Arabs, they're going to assume the worst, unquote. But I'm curious if he shared similar sentiments to all of caucus leadership during the takeover event on February 10th. Is the very purpose of the caucuses not to, quote, amplify and empower groups from diverse backgrounds, unquote, and to focus on the, quote, well-being and safety, unquote, of students of minorities that are often the subject of hate, racism, and discrimination? If Chair Lipner's intentions were to aid in achieving the very purpose of the caucuses, does the Senate body truly condone his methods as appropriate, especially during the middle of a tabling event? These are questions I hope you ask yourselves as you review the censure, and despite the outcome tonight, you consider in your future experiences as a leader within student government and as a colleague to and representative of students from an array of backgrounds. We must be sensitive to ethnocentrism as leaders and remove our own personal biases and beliefs from the actions and words that we say to best represent the student body. When I first joined student government, I would have never imagined that I would be in such a position and be forced to address such a racist comment made to me by a fellow senator. As an Arab American from a very small town, for the majority of my life, I was complicit in suppressing my identity and any sense of culture in efforts to fit in. However, when I came to University of Central Florida, the second largest institution in the nation, and thereby one of the most diverse, I quickly found community and an environment that would enable me to finally embrace my heritage. I've channeled much of these personal experiences into my passion for advocacy that I embody in the work I do as a senator. It is the same fervor that led me to create the first official form of representation for the Arab community at the university through the Arab Caucus. I will not get too detailed into all the events I described in my statement of events, since it is there for you all to review as well. But as you can see, a few weeks ago, I received a Teams message from Chair Lipner. He raised concerns about the scope of the Arab Caucus and why it did not represent the entirety of the Middle East, specifically the Israeli and Jewish community. The following day, I explained to him the vast difficulties in that and the need for Arab-specific representation to address the niche issues students of the community face that otherwise go overlooked or neglected. I did not receive a response from Chair Lipner, although he did view it. The next day, I saw Chair Lipner in the office, and while this interaction made me severely uncomfortable as he raised an issue of Israel and Palestine, I shut that down and believed Chair Lipner when he said I had settled the matter he brought forth to me. For a few weeks, there was no interaction between Chair Lipner and I, furthering my impression that all was settled and we could move on without any further issue. However, during the caucus takeover event on Monday, February 10th, I was tabling for the Arab caucus when Chair Lipner approached my table. I was preoccupied speaking to a student when Chair Lipner first came over, but he chose to wait until I was done to initiate a conversation. It's important to note that this time of waiting provided him plenty of opportunity to think carefully about the remarks he would then go on to make to me. Additionally, the full detailed account of the conversation can be found in my statement of events, so I once again emphasize the importance of reviewing that document for all relevant evidence and insight. During this interaction which Chair Lipner initiated, after pointing to and inquiring about the meaning of the Arabic writing on the Arab Caucus logo, Chair Lipner warned me to, quote, be careful because, quote, when students see Arabic writing or Arabs are going to assume the worst, unquote. These words are the essence of why I chose to recommend a censure against Chair Lipner. As an Arab American, as chair of the Arab Caucus, these words are deeply offensive and inappropriate. Not only that, but they're a direct violation of Title 11, Chapter 1100, Section 6, that states, quote, no student government agent shall discriminate nor engage in discriminatory harassment against any individual, particularly in this case based upon race, national origin, and ethnicity. Chair Lipner's sentiments are an insult to me and our Arab constituents, to the entirety of the over 300 million individuals within the Arab community, and to a language that is nearly 3,000 years old and spoken by nearly 400 million people across the world. I do not believe they have any place in the mindset of anyone, but especially a student government agent and student leader. I condemn Chair Lipner's sentiments, and I encourage you all to do the same by voting in favor of the censure, and consequently, a Tier 1 violation. Chair Lipner will be served a warning and required to conduct sensitivity training with Student Government Advisor Brody Taylor, Assistant Director of Student Involvement Chantel Carter, and any other applicable university administration within Human Resources. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, we're now in a period of questioning for Ayla Al-Quda. Are there any questions? Gumrov.
Yeah, can I ask, before you decide to go about, I don't know how that works, so like creating a notification of censure, did you in any attempt try to have a conversation with Chair Lipner?
No, because I knew it wasn't going to solve anything for me, even if he, said that he had a different intent behind the words or, apologized for them. It still deeply impacted me. It still deeply offended me. I still think it has no place in the work that we do, in the mindset of a student leader. And so I knew it wasn't going to change anything for me. And I knew that I wanted to bring this to the Senate body's attention, and I wanted to receive some sort of, consequence for the impact of his words.
Rickett Lazo Varela.
I have a question. Pending whatever happens tonight and whatever is voted on and whatever is notified, are you open to forgive and maybe have a conversation after tonight with the issued?
Definitely, especially if he receives that sensitivity training.
Thank you.
Lazo.
Two, if I may.
You may.
And it's okay if you don't feel comfortable. I'm answering them. But can you first describe what went through your head and how you reacted in the moment after both the team's message and the caucus takeover issue?
Yeah, so when I first received the team's message, I always assumed the best in people. So although it was surprising, I didn't, assume the worst in Chair Lipner. And I tried to respond as informatively, as thoroughly as I possibly could, just to alleviate any concerns that he had. And so I approached it from that angle. And when he approached me at the caucus takeover event, I could tell that it was becoming a pattern and almost a fixation. And when he first said those words to me, I didn't have the chance to respond because I received a phone call. And I go in detail about that in my statement of events. I won't reiterate it. But I received a phone call, and I'm really happy that I did, because it allowed me to remove myself from the situation and not respond. And I think that was best. And just given how uncomfortable Chair Lipner has made me in the interactions that I've had with him since, the sending of the team's message, I've just found it best to remove myself from interactions when, he makes me uncomfortable.
And then for my second question, can you go into what kind of maybe counsel or secondary opinions you might have gone into in the decision to have the censure?
Yeah, so like I said, I received a phone call, and I did, share what had just happened. And coming from a very small town, I think I come from a background that kind of makes me desensitized to this sort of treatment. So I would say my first reaction wasn't immediately thinking censure, just because I don't think I really understood the full impact of them yet. And I think I was really shocked and just really disgusted with the words so much that I really didn't know how to address it. And so coming to the realization that this is something that needs to be formally addressed and needs to be, resolved, that I just wanted to do that in the only way that I could, which I found most appropriately to be a censure. This is the first time I've ever, encountered this sort of obstacle in the work that I do to represent our community here, one that I'm a part of. And it's been very disruptive to that work. So I want to move on. I want it to be addressed, and I want it to be resolved.
I think I said, Varela. Oh, also, I meant to say this earlier. Any party has the right to refrain from any questioning that they wish. But go ahead.
After Lipner made his comments to you in the caucus takeover, did you perceive that as a threat?
Yes. I would say, the be careful, treading a fine line was threatening. I'm really not sure, to what end. Luckily, I was able to remove myself from the situation before any more interaction was done. And, after the original team's message, Chair Lipner raised the issue of Israel and Palestine, and I could tell his words were quite literally if you're available tomorrow, I can go more in detail about my personal experiences with Israel and Palestine. And I was really not comfortable with that. So I'm just happy that I remove myself each time from, having, more interaction with him and, making myself even more uncomfortable. But yeah, I would say they did come off as threatening, and the impact that they had on me was very disruptive because I literally had to leave the caucus takeover event after they were said to me. I just felt like I couldn't continue. And it was a really just disruptive statement, let alone, inappropriate, racist, XYZ. But it was really, it was a lot. That's what I'd say.
Metellus.
On top of the other things that you said about the statements, would you say that these statements were also sort of condescending or even catty even towards you?
Yes, I would, especially because even if, you know, they come from a place of, oh, like concern, or, you know, even if they come from a more positive, you know, angle, in a place of concern, it's like I am an Arab American. I've, you know, undergone the struggles of having a minority identity my entire life. I don't need to be told, you know, that you know, there might be some students that assume the worst when they see Arabic writing or Arabs, right? Like I already have been subjected to that every day of my life. So, you know, I feel like, and it's also feeding into a very hateful, inappropriate stereotype that I don't like to feed, even though I have been subject to a lot of racism and discrimination in my lifetime. And this is definitely not going to be the end of it. I just don't think it has any place here. It's never been a problem for me. And it was just really, I think that has been one of the hardest pills to swallow, is that I've actually had to encounter it in my time here, because I've gone almost 2 years without it. And now I'm facing it. So I think that's just been the hardest pill for me.
Okay, a little over 7 minutes remaining. I'll do, okay, I saw, okay, oh, Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Vice Chair Wanjin, present and voting, so noted at 9:08 p.m. Okay, I'll get some new hands first. I'll do Muratov, and then I'll come back to you guys.
Yeah, I have a question towards Chair Okuda, and basically it is, would you be fine if we show that we agree with you as a punishment to be a warning, or would you want just something of your own?
So the penal action that I am recommending is a tier 1 violation. That is the lowest punishment. Statutes, you know, invokes a tier system, recommends a tier 1 for 1 censure. And while I do think that the actions documented within the censure are, you know, I originally was kind of leaning more towards a tier 2 violation, but I do feel comfortable with a tier 1 violation and serving him a warning, given that he is required to conduct specifically a sensitivity training with Student Government Advisor Brody Taylor, Assistant Director of Student Involvement Chantel Carter, and any other applicable university administration within Human Resources. And after that sensitivity training, I'm hoping that this will, you know, end the pattern of disruptive behavior I've seen. But if it doesn't, you know, you'll see another censure from me, and then we can go from there.
Okay, Muratov.
A question for Chair. How do you spell it correctly?
Al-Quda.
Al-Quda. Just don't want to be mean.
You're good.
So did Chair? I'm sorry, Lipner, Chair. I'm terrible with names. Did the Chair Lipner attempted to apologize in any form, verbal or text form, after the event?
So statutes requires that I notify the issued that he will, like, that I recommended a censure. I didn't receive any communication from him. I'm honestly happy that I didn't, though, just because, just to avoid like any potential like future interactions with him that would make me uncomfortable. But no, I didn't receive any like formal apology. And, you know, given that he did basically admit to saying them in his own statement, originally presented to LJR, you know, I feel like it would have been more heartening for me to just see him, you know, fully admit to it and apologize and, you know, take accountability for his words and actions, even if he meant them differently than they came off. You know, the impact that they had was still very hurtful, very offensive. And I think he realizes that. So I would have appreciated an apology instead of refutation of claims.
So just
remember, if you're asking a follow-up, just double check that.
Oh, can I have a follow-up?
You may.
Excuse me. So to summarize, Chair Lipner, Chair Lipner did not take any action, any verbal, text, any form of apology
No.
to you? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll do Gumarov, Gaudio. We have 3.5 minutes remaining.
Okay, first I have a procedural question, then I have an actual question. Talk about it. Procedural question. So, with tier 1 being like a warning, what exactly is a censure then? Is a censure not in itself a warning, or?
Whoever, yeah,
It
of course.
is, but if you get enough censures, it's like multiple warnings until you get the.
How many?
I think she answered it. Yeah.
3.
Okay, and then my actual question, I just wanted to know that. But so because I just trying to get all the events right in my head. So on the day of the caucus takeover, you had mentioned, because when I went over the statements, it was to my understanding that you were pulled away from a phone call to go do something or help with something, but then I'm saying that, like, I'm hearing that you left because you were uncomfortable. So, like, I just wanted to make sure which one was going on.
So yeah, I did receive a phone call. And in that phone call, like, I talked about what happened, and I did have to carry things back to the office, but I couldn't really like bring myself to like continue tabling. So like I was pulled away because of the phone call. And I, had to help Chair Hamid bring things in because he was physically unable to do so. So I still, helped out my colleague in that way. But I was just unable to finish out the rest of the tabling event the way I would have been able to had that not happened. And also, just to kind of answer your question or just provide further context to your other question. So I am suggesting a tier 1 violation, but originally I was leaning towards a tier 2 violation, which was just like a loss of speaking privileges. So that is also something like we're not limited to the tier system, if that makes sense. This is just my recommendation, but the Senate body is able to amend that if they so please.
All right, 1 minute remain, or a little over a minute remaining. Gaudio, I think I said you were next.
So just a quick point of clarification to really emphasize it. We do not have to follow the tier system. We can make the punishment whatever we want. Anyways, I would also, so a question, you've repeatedly stated through your speech that you have generally avoided interaction with Chair Lipner where possible. Prior to this filing, did you ever make any attempt to have a mediated discussion, such as with the student government advisor with Chair Lipner concerning this?
There's about 30 seconds to answer.
So I talked to the student government advisor, and that's where I also informed him that I just wouldn't be comfortable and it wouldn't have solved anything for me anyway to have a mediated conversation. Even if he apologized, the impact of his words, apologize or explain the impact of his words were still hurtful and really deeply affected me and were really offensive to me. So it wouldn't have changed anything for me.
Finish.
Move to speech by issued.
All right, there's been a motion to wrap up, for lack of a better term, questioning and move to the next speech. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, Chair Lipner, you have 10 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, both senators, and thank you, guests, for being here today. Thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak before you today. I sit here, I don't stand, with humility, a deep respect for this chamber, and a sincere desire to ensure that my character, my intentions, and the truth behind these events are fully understood. I know this has been a challenging process for everyone involved, and I don't take lightly the responsibility you all hold in making this decision. At the center of the censure recommendation are 2 key documents that I strongly encourage you to review. My own, Chair Alcuda's statements of events and my written response to those events. Additionally, I think it's worth looking at both of our speeches to the LJR committee, as I believe these documents were crafted to offer full context that may not be fully captured in the censure recommendation alone or through our words. And as such, I implore you not to rely solely on summaries or interpretations of my actions, and please take the time to hear me on my own words as I wrote them. First off, my intent, my character, and my devotion to inclusivity. At every step of this situation, my actions have been rooted in a lifelong commitment to inclusivity, equity, and the promotion of understanding. To begin with, I had relayed a student's concern to prevent a potential misunderstanding and promote clarity. Next,
I engaged with Chair Alcuda privately out of respect to her leadership and to avoid a public confrontation. And then finally, I sought dialogue and offered support, never intending to criticize or undermine the caucus or her position as a chair. Additionally, I have demonstrated my commitment to inclusivity and equity not only in words, but through my actions and advocacy well beyond student government. First and foremost, in my freshman year here on campus, I helped organize the largest student-led protest in Florida's history, Walk Out to Learn. This was in protest of DeSantis's bills which infringed on educational freedoms in the state of Florida, and we empowered students both high school and college level to advocate for inclusive educational policies and equitable learning environments through peaceful protest. Additionally, we empowered high school students who were no longer able to take AP African American history courses due to the removal in high schools to get access to a college level history course provided by us. Additionally, I presented my GIS project at UCF's Undergraduate Research Showcase last spring, and this mapped water infrastructure damage to Gaza to identify the areas most in need of humanitarian aid. This project was never just an academic exercise. It was a reflection of my commitment to addressing global inequities and standing with vulnerable communities, especially in the West Asian and North African region. As a result, I provided sources of both of those events in my links of new resources. These are not the actions of someone seeking harm or to exclude. They are eventually the reflection of my core values: empathy, collaboration, and advocacy for marginalized voices. Next, I'd like to address the LGR's decision and clarify some misunderstandings. I first off absolutely appreciate the LGR committee's diligence and do not dispute their conclusion that the case warranted further review by the Senate, because when it comes to hearsay and things where it is one person's word against the other, I had no way to properly submit any more information. That is why I waited until the Senate meeting to provide these statements of events, because they're hearsay. There's no way for me to provide any actual evidence, like I just said. But there were still some interpretive concerns raised during the LJ hearing that I believe that deserve clarification. First off, the distinction between disturbance and disruption. There were some definitional ambiguities here that I'd like to confirm. During the hearing, and it's reflected in the minutes, the committee used the definition of disturbance from Black Law's dictionary to interpret disruption, and it was cited as the definition for disruption, not disturbance. While I understand the need for definitional clarity, these two terms carry different implications, especially in a disciplinary context, as disturbance typically refers to causing annoyance, discomfort, or irritation, and disruption implies a significant interruption that materially hinders normal operations. According to the Oxford Languages, disruption means disturbance or problems which, as a result, interrupt an event, activity, or process. And by that standard, there were no meetings that were delayed or obstructed. The caucus as a full continued their operations without hindrance, and while I do recognize that my actions caused immense discomfort by Chair Alcuda, no official functions or responsibilities were disrupted as a caucus totally, because there was someone to take over her position. Next, I'd like to address the alleged link to discrimination under Title 11. While I understand the LJR's committee's concern that those comments perceived as discriminatory could affect a leader's ability to perform their duties, I am grateful for the chance to address this directly. Let me be clear. First and foremost, I condemn discrimination in all forms. I would never intentionally engage with behavior that marginalizes or targets anyone, and my comments were intended to express solidarity with marginalized communities, not to perpetuate harmful stereotypes. Harassment, as defined by Black's Law Dictionary, involves repeated, unwanted conduct known to be offensive. And this case involves 3 distinct interactions over several weeks, none intentionally hostile and none intended to harm. They also include no repeated unwanted communication after Chair Alcuda expressed her discomfort. I intentionally left it be and tried my best to avoid that contact because I could tell that there was discomfort in that process. And then finally, there is no operational interference that prevented Chair Alcuda from actually fulfilling her duties. While I do understand emotions have impact, I did not do anything to stop her from doing what she could from a physical perspective. I do understand that intent does not negate impact, and I absolutely regret that my words caused discomfort. As I said multiple times in my LJR speech, I will say again, I am so sorry, Chair Alcuda. I wish I could have done this many different ways, but unfortunately, here we are. And discomfort alone does not meet the statutory threshold for harassment or disruption under our governing documents. So why does this matter for student government? Censure is a serious measure reserved for deliberate misconduct or repeated disruption behavior that impedes student government operations. This situation, though unfortunate, does not meet that standard. I ask you to consider, what precedent does it set if a single misinterpreted comment becomes grounds for censure? Are we cultivating an environment where leaders can engage in difficult conversations without fear of being punished for good faith efforts? And do we believe in growth and dialogue, or penalizing those who do the right thing but stumble in execution? Senators, this isn't just about me anymore. It's about how we, as a governing body, handle misunderstandings and foster an environment where leaders can learn and improve. And so today I sit before you to not deny that things could be handled better, but to ask you to see the bigger picture. My character and my track record of advocacy reflect a leader committed to inclusivity and equity. My intent was never to disrupt, harm, or discriminate. And ultimately, this is a misunderstanding, one which I've already taken responsibility for and learned from. We are all human, we all make mistakes, and what matters is how we respond. I have listened, I have reflected, and I am already committed to becoming better. Please don't let this misunderstanding define me or overshadow my dedication to serving all students with empathy, respect, and integrity. And I ask for your no vote to not dismiss the feelings involved, but to recognize the differences between discomfort and disruption, between misunderstanding and misconduct. Thank you for your time, your empathy, and your careful consideration. And I'd like to circle back really quickly to discuss some of the comments made by Chair Okuda's speech. First and foremost, there was some continued misquoting done. As
we have about 2 minutes remaining.
Thank you. In my LJR speech, in my LJR statement, I did alter the wording that she claimed that I didn't by the addition of the sum, which does change the qualifier very greatly for that sentence. So I do urge you all to look back at that statement of events and how it confirms and matches with my newly submitted statement of events with more context. Additionally, the attempt to continue discussion following the in-person response and my reference to Israel and Palestine was specifically about my own ambivalence to joining the caucus, and I wanted to speak with the chair to discuss whether she felt it was appropriate and whether she felt comfortable about me joining the caucus to begin with. Overall, throughout my LJR speech and continuously through my statement of events, I do and have apologized to Chair Okuda, and I'd like to end it on that note because, once again, I am so sorry. Thank you.
Just make sure you're only talking to me or anyone is only addressing the questioner, but all debate is towards me. Okay, I saw Lazo's hand up first. Okay, I'm just making my way around the room. Lazo first, and then I'll do Grossoff, and then I will do Lim, and we'll get to everyone. I'll make my way around. Bear in mind 15 minutes of questioning, so just keep that in mind for answering questions, asking questions, things like that. But yeah, Lazo, Grossoff, and then Lim. Okay. You may.
For the first one, I'm just a little bit confused as to why you thought it was more appropriate for you to directly teams Chair Okuda with this issue with the Israeli Jewish students and the title of the Arab Caucus instead of just sending that RSO board member directly to the chair so they can solve this issue. Can you just elaborate why you wanted to be the middleman in that?
Absolutely. So this was a conversation that I had over winter break with a member who was not necessarily serving in their official RSO rights. I had noticed that they had some concerning comments about this process, and I really wanted to nip it in the bud and avoid any further blow up. And so I took it upon myself to mirror those concerns towards Chair Okuda to hopefully support her and her intent to support the Arab Caucus and Arab individuals on campus.
And then for my second question, forgive me if I interpreted this wrong, but you clarified that in seeing the censure, we are now punishing execution that or trying to be helpful that wasn't executed properly. But can you elaborate to me how there is any way to execute saying, when students see Arabic writing or Arabs, they're going to assume the worst? Because is there any way to execute that properly?
Those were not my words, and it's not how I'm quoted in my own speech and my own statements. I urge you to look at how I did say those statements, and it was not in that way.
So seeing as your own speech, although consider how this is the issuer's statements and case of events, can you elaborate to me how you think saying, y'all Arab Americans have had to tread a fine line, and when some students see Arabics writing or Arabs, they're going to assume the worst, which is from your speech. Can you then elaborate to me how that is poor execution or at all helpful?
I'm unsure about the poor execution part. I won't be answering that. But as far as helpfulness, this was in response to her confusion about me saying things in support of the logo. I was trying to clear up that confusion and further explain my thoughts. I provide my reasoning and my intent in the parentheses ahead of that, which I'd love for you to read.
Okay, Grasaka.
What exactly was the intent behind your words during your conversation at the Caucus takeover event? And this is quoted from your statement of events. Quote, "It's better to be careful."
Yeah, absolutely. I could tell that Chair Alcuda was a little uncomfortable by me asking about the logo's meaning. And so I was trying to show support and understanding in that process, as opposed to any other logo word being there. I thought the Arab or Arabic title being in Arabic was smart and made sense. And it was better to be careful as a caucus because of the concerns my RSO member had made to begin with.
Follow up.
Yeah. So practically speaking, what would being careful look like? Or what specific recommendation were you suggesting to Chair Alcuda?
I wasn't recommending anything. I was supporting what she was already doing, which was putting the word Arab on the Arab logo.
Lim.
Did you notice any signs from Chair Alcuda that they were uncomfortable or upset during your interactions with her?
At the Caucus takeover, no. I thought that event went fine, and I basically skipped away as if nothing happened. And I sincerely apologize for that process. But I did notice some concern and some discomfort made apparent when I mentioned Israel-Palestine especially. But I believe that was a result of misunderstanding of why I mentioned it to begin with. And that is why I mentioned my background in the LGR hearing to begin with. Thank you.
Okay. Hamid Benwick looked.
May I ask 3 questions?
3 questions. Yes, you may. We have a little over 10 minutes remaining, so just be mindful, but yes, you may.
May I direct the first question to caucus leadership?
Courts, yeah.
Is it a question that would need all of caucus leadership to answer?
Just like a select few, I guess.
Koyazo, yeah, I'm willing.
Statutes, dictates that the questions at this moment be related to the issued.
Yeah.
However, as we are a Senate body, we can debate on motion, so we could motion for that, but I think that would extend the process. But I would adhere to the statutes.
Yes, the statutes are, yeah, they say.
So may I ask 2 questions?
You may.
Okay. First one's to Chair Lipner. So why did you think it was appropriate to talk about the discrimination that Arab students face to Chair Alcuda during this event?
This was a carryover from the concerns that RSO members made to begin with. And frankly, it came as a result of Chair Alcuda's awkwardness and I guess confusion to begin with.
Could I ask a follow-up to that question?
You may.
Did you talk about any discrimination that other caucus leaders may face to other caucus leaders when you talked to them during that same event?
I did go around and inquire about any concerns that students were having, any concerns that they had with students that they were meeting with. But as far as specifically these comments, I don't believe any of my discussion was this in depth about the issue. But that's also because I'm not personally involved with most of those caucuses in the way that I am with the larger Western Asian and North African community.
And then last question. So you added some of your own context to Chair Alcuda's words. I'm going to quote you from your statement that is most recent. When some students see Arabic writing or Arab people, they assume the worst. how does the additions that you made to that sentence from Chair Okuda's statement change the meaning between those two statements? Because if I look at Chair Okuda's, she says that you said, allegedly, when students see Arabic writing or Arabs, they're going to assume the worst.
Absolutely. So that statement, the qualifying word is some. The original wording was basically intended or taken as a generalized racist statement against all students and Arab people to begin with, when that was not my intent and not what I said to begin with. What I did say was that some students do, and hence why it was smart for her to be careful about the placement of the logo.
I said Benwick. We also have about 8 minutes remaining in questioning.
Can you clarify how providing new documentation changes or provides a new perspective on any decision that myself and the LJR committee did not consider yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, these are two different hearings altogether. LJR was considering merit of this, and that comes down to statutory relevance of the issued or the issuer's statements. And so, like I mentioned, it was all hearsay that I could provide. And so I didn't feel the relevance to LJR directly, but did see the relevance for this meeting, and hence why I prepared this statement for this meeting.
Yeah, may I ask a follow-up? Looking at the new evidence provided, can you tell me how any of it's really different, or it all just seems like it just elaborates on more stuff that you talked about yesterday, more hearsay involved within it?
Yeah, I mean, this was as a result of the complaints created from individuals from LJR. They said that they wanted that more in-depth backing and context and motives, and so I provided it.
I think I said Luke next.
Yeah, so I had a question about your response to the statement of events. You said, and I quote, you would like to put forth the suggestion of the West Asian and North African title. What's the reasoning behind that?
Yeah, absolutely. There are a large number of individuals within the region which do not fall under the Arabic title or moniker, despite maybe even being in Arab countries. The big ones that are non-Arab countries to begin with are Turkey, Iran, and Israel. These are mostly non-Arab speaking, non-Arab identifying groups, and would not be considered under the current caucus or have any place to go in the caucuses as we speak. So that change to a more inclusive title would allow the representation of all Arab identities, as Chair Al-Quda recognized in her original statement to me via Teams, while also having the less Eurocentric terminology, which is commonly used within our political sphere.
Okay, I'll do Metellus, Collazo, Gaudio, Benesh.
You claimed in your speech to have not inhibited Chair Al-Quda's physical abilities, but do you understand that what you do or say can affect someone emotionally or psychologically to the point that they cannot continue their intended goals?
Of course, I recognize that in my original speech that there are unintentional harms that could have been put in place, but I think it's most important to remind ourselves that harassment and discrimination require intent, which was not the case here, and as a result are not those things.
Collazo, and we have about 4.5 minutes remaining.
So first of all, thank you for providing your own statement of events. I truly appreciate that as the member of LGR who said that in their debate. I thoroughly read your statement of events, and you stated the difference between disturbance and disruptive. Just to entertain your argument, couldn't your alleged behavior in regards to the violation of our ethical codes under discrimination, under discriminatory harassment also fall under Chapter 905.1, subsection C, disregard for student government regulations as a disregard for the code of ethics?
I'm not really sure about that. We're seeing 9051A, which is repeated disruption. And so I'm trying to prove that there was not repeated disruption.
Follow up. Go ahead.
So just to kind of entertain on the hypothetical I'm putting, if you will, if if the notification of if the recommendation of censure was subsection C instead of subsection A, would your behavior have merit or substantial evidence to be considered a disregard for student government regulations?
I provided reason why I believe I'm not in violation of Title 11 as well, if that's what you're trying to reference. I'm not really sure what you're trying to reference, honestly. Sorry.
Okay. I think I said Gaudio next. All right. We do have 2.5 minutes remaining.
A similar question to what I asked the issuer, which is that, so you've mentioned a couple times that you did notice at some point or another that some discomfort was being given to the other party. And so I'm now going to ask you, why did you not reach out to someone such as the student government advisor to have a mediated discussion concerning the topic to resolve it?
I did, and it's in my statement of events with proof.
Okay. Benesh, and we have 2 minutes remaining.
Move to debate?
Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay, we're now in a pro con. Yeah. Okay.
Can I clarify my response to that question? It's in the response to the statement of events.
Okay. You object. Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. So the objection, you have 2 minutes to explain why you are objecting.
Well, we still have time, and I have a question. Actually, a good one.
Okay. You have 2 minutes now, Benesh.
I feel like I'm usually the one withdrawn, low key, but I feel like these questions are becoming really redundant, and you guys have received a lot of information. A lot of the information in the questions that you guys are asking are in these statements as well. So I just feel like we should move forward. I feel like a lot of us have decided what we want to say in debate. So.
All right, we're now in a 5-minute debate period. Let me set up the timer. Okay. I'll do Corelli, Gumarov, Courts.
Yeah, I think we're all done. I think we're ready to move to debate.
Gumarov.
Yeah, I agree. People who have taken the 15 minutes to read all the information kind of already know the answer to these questions. So, and I do feel like a lot of the questions are more guided to make the person answer in a type of way, which I feel like we can discuss more within debate. So I do think debate's going to be the heaviest part of this, and I think we should get there.
Courts.
I agree with what Gumarov was saying. I do agree some of these questions are getting back into the subjective, rather than objective. So I do believe that we should go into debate because it seems that we have a lot to say, but we want the issued to say it.
Wanjin.
I mean, we have 2.5 minutes left of questioning. I think we can use it if people have questions. And I think this pro-con is wasting that time.
Thus.
So just to confirm, we are still in this period of the objection. She's objecting to that. So motion to vote.
Motion to vote. Okay, there's been a motion to vote on the objection. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, it's up to you.
Title IX doesn't say they can't, so they can vote.
On the objection, whether to move forward, it's up to you how you want to do that. But any objections to the motion to vote? All right, seeing none for non-voting procedures, a yes vote is for the objection. So that is Muratov, and the no vote is for moving to debate. So that is Benesh. So if you're voting yes, we are still in like the 2 minutes remaining of questioning. That's the yes vote for Muratov. The no vote is Benesh, and that means we're moving to debate. Okay, with a vote count of 16 to 19 to 2, the objection fails. So we are now in a period of debate. Okay. We have 15 minutes, so let's try to stay there. Okay. Everyone will get a chance to speak, but I'm just kind of doing my round. So I'll do Kaufman, I'll do Banesh, and then I'm going to circle back around. So Metellus. Everyone will get to speak though, but Kaufman.
After review of all of the materials presented before us, I will be voting to uphold the decision of LJR finding merit in the censure. After briefly sitting on the LJR meeting and carefully reviewing the minutes recorded, there were many points that led me to believe this. Much of the evidence that the issue provided needed to be clarified as to why it was even relevant to the case. While I understand the point that was trying to be made by including this excess information, it does not appear relevant to the specific events being discussed. Links to outside sources and clarity of family affairs in the matter do not coincide nor provide new insight into the specificity of the case at hand. Additionally, the exclusion of a proper statement of events by the issue during the original submission of documentation gives me the impression that there is a lack of true concern regarding the magnitude of the comments made. It also appears that the updated statement of events for tonight's hearing did not show any specific inaccuracies in the actual words expressed from the issuer. Furthermore, as shown in the statement from the issuer, there are patterns of, quoted from Title IX, repeated disruptive behavior, this being the discriminatory harassment towards the issuer. It is clear that the issuer has experienced discomfort throughout these interactions, as this would not have been needed to be seen at this level if it could have been resolved. I don't believe that this type of behavior should go unnoticed and without penalization, and it deeply upsets me that even with the discrepancies over the precise wording used by the issued at the caucus takeover, a set of statements like this was even made at all. There may be no way to know for certain the intentions behind any of the comments made, but there should have been more time spent considering the repercussions that might be faced if they were going to make such a statement. This is not a pattern of behavior that should be present at not only any student government related event or space, but at our institution as a whole. This is the proper measure that should be taken, and based on this, I again will be voting to uphold the decision of LJR, and I encourage everyone here to do the same.
I think I said Banesh. Okay, go ahead.
Well, Chair Kaufman essentially said everything that I had in my little speech, so I'm just going to make this quick. I do agree with upholding the LGR decision to censure Chair Lipner. I just believe that you need to know the repercussions of the things you say, even if you don't directly mean them. You know what I mean? It may not be your intent, but it's the impact that really, really, really matters. And as you can see, Chair Alcuda, obviously this very much affected her. Like, I'm sorry, this is very inappropriate things being said to a higher up. And I honestly hope that if we decide that you should take a sensitivity training, that you really take in those lessons, because this should not have to be repeated. But I also think that this calls to mind a lesson that the rest of the body should learn, is that there's a time, there's a place for these types of conversations, not at a caucus takeover event, not in the office. We can talk about really hard conversations outside of the office. I understand that. We're all people, and I find it fascinating to have these hard conversations as adults. I feel like it builds a great society and it helps us build knowledge, but this was not the way to do it, and it was very inappropriate. So I encourage you guys to all uphold the censure as well.
Let's just make sure when we debate, it's all just directed at myself. And I was going to make another point. Okay, and I also do want to clarify that and I paused the time too, because I'm hearing a lot of uphold LJR's decision. I don't know if it's like a different thing that we are debating here at court, so I'm going to yield to you, and I pause the time.
LJR found merit, so that's the reason why you guys are seeing it. If we didn't find merit, it went up and brought to the floor. You guys are deciding whether or not you're censuring, so us finding merit has nothing to do with it.
Different decision. Who did I say? Metellus? Okay.
And before I say my speech, I'd like to at least state that it's a bit more emotional on how I personally feel about this rather than the previous statements. And I appreciate Chair Kaufman's more logistical view. But I full-heartedly agree with this notification of censure and the punishment recommended by the issuer. I personally believe that the words used towards the issuer were not just racist, but simply disgusting. I honestly am not sure what the point of making a statement like this about finalized materials at a public event was, seeing that they were already completed and ready for students to use. I believe from the evidence stated and the words that were spoken tonight that the issued was not only racist but condescending and disrespectful to the issuer's character and hard work. It seems that the issued simply did not realize he was acting this way in the moment. However, the actions were done and the statements were made. These words are unacceptable to be used, and I implore you all, as my fellow senators, to stand with Chair Alcuda and rebuke these statements by voting in favor of the censure.
All right, we have a little over 10 minutes remaining. I'll do Gumarov, Gaudio, Benwick.
Hello, senators. So, I actually will not be voting in favor of the censure. Looking at Chapter 9, for the notification of censure, I know, so the one that's being argued is A, repeated disruptive behavior by any student government agent. I want to just discourage any kind of word such as a pattern of behavior. For everything that we've discussed so far, I'll go in events in chronological order. So the team's message, I have worked with Lipner for majority of this session, and Lipner is one of the senators who is always trying to represent and help as many people of any kind of group that he can. So I know that nothing he does is ever in terms of meaning harm. The team's message, I think, was out of pure questioning for an RSO. And Alcuda provided her answer. It was a very vital answer. She doesn't have to agree with anything that, he said, and she didn't, and that's perfectly fine. And it seemed like Lipner was okay with that, and thus we moved on. As far as any mentions of the Israeli-Palestine war, that's going to be a harmful conversation no matter where or when or with who you have it. It's a tough topic. And to say that, again, someone's bringing it up out of harm, I just don't think is true. I just think that certain topics are going to hurt certain people, whether or not we mean it to, And as far as the Caucus takeover event, I completely agree that it was a disrespectful comment. I just don't believe this is a pattern of behavior that issues a censure. And Lipner has stated multiple times, even through their LJR committee meeting, how apologetic he was and understanding he was. And I feel like if this would have been just a conversation had behind closed doors where both parties were understanding and that's how we fix things. I don't believe that we always have to fix things statutorily. A normal conversation would have condoned enough. So yeah, I just don't think it merits a censure, in my opinion. It just doesn't follow the rules of what is disruptive behavior. It was a disgusting thing. Whether or not we go through with the censure is up to the Senate body. I'm okay with that. Again, a warning. I think that he has his warning and he knows, but I really would encourage in the future, if anyone has any kind of disagreements or any kind of harmful saying or anything foul, please have a meeting with Brody. That's what he's here for. And I know a meeting was tried to be set up. I understand if Alcuda did not want to do that. I just feel like that would have been the better route, since it was a one instance, again, rather than a pattern of behavior.
Okay, Gaudio, and we have about 7.5 minutes remaining.
So with regards to the scope of the censure, I second what Senator Gumarov stated, in that the recommendation for censure is purely with regards to Title IX. So I think that allegations of violating Title 11 should be disregarded beyond those causing repetitive disruption. Now, I believe that what Chair Lipner said was incredibly unprofessional, especially when acting in his duty as caucus chair at an SG event. Chair Alcuda also repeatedly stated that she avoided interactions with Chair Lipner. There was no attempt to have a mediated discussion before this filing, and from what I can tell, Chair Alcuda's discomfort was never clearly or explicitly conveyed to Chair Lipner. I understand that Chair Alcuda was very uncomfortable at the prospect, but it is a difficult problem that was being confronted with, and tackling difficult problems makes people uncomfortable. But in order to resolve those, we have to go outside our comfort zones to find permanent resolutions to those problems, especially when those problems may have arisen from essentially miscommunication. Chair Lipner has apologized profusely throughout these proceedings, both in the committee and on this floor. This is a problem that I believe could have been wholly resolved through mediated discussion. To reiterate and summarize my points, I believe that what he said was inappropriate, uncalled for, and unnecessary, but not deserving of a formal condemnation by this body, as the issuer actively refused to have a mediated discussion to resolve the problem.
All right, a little over 5 minutes remaining, so just be cognizant of time when you're making your points, but Benwick.
While I believe Senator Gumarov and Vice Chair Gaudio brought up some fair points, I will be voting in favor of the censure against Chair Lipner. To put it quite plainly, no matter the intention, there's absolutely no place for discriminatory statements, especially as an SG agent. Chair Lipner's lack of refutation against the alleged statements has only further shown that these, quote, hearsay, end quote, statements are true. Reiterating my words from LJR, quote, I believe the repeated violations are completely listed out in the Code of Ethics 1100.6, where it also illustrates organizational affiliation. I believe each account has violated a separate time by violating the organizational affiliation and national affiliation of Chair Alcuda. I also will be voting in favor that this does have merit, as I believe the issue did not provide enough clear evidence that shows the opposition to the statements made by the issuer. They seem supplemental rather to having a strong ground, end quote. Chair Lipner also quite literally just stated that he reached out to an advisor based off his new statement of events. However, in LJR yesterday, he said that if he were to do this all over again, he would have considered seeking advisement. So naturally, I am confused as to what actually happened. Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna make my way back around the room, so I'm gonna do Hamid, Lazo, Colazo.
I'm going to agree with Chair Kaufman, Senator Benwick, and like Chair Metellus. My debate will be a bit more emotional. As stated in Chair Alcuda's statement, I was the phone call, and hearing my colleague, but also my friend, feel so uncomfortable, disgusted, in shock at a racist remark made to her during a event ran through SG was horrible to experience. I don't think that I can really explain how I felt having to sit in my car with my crutch in the back, because she did help me bring in my stuff. Thank you. But having to sit in my car and hear Chair Alcuda tell me that this event just happened and have her go through this, I guess, realization that she just had something racist said to her during an official SG event, a place where she has found a lot of community and home in. And as someone who was raised in a Muslim household, I've experienced racism directed towards me because of my faith. And reading these words of, to quote Chair Lipner, when some students see Arabic writing or Arab people, they assume the worst, is perpetuating a stereotype that Arabic writing and Arab people are connotated with fear and the worst. I still don't see how the distinctions between the statements made by Alcuda and Lipner are different. I still think that what Chair Lipner said was inappropriate, racist, and uncalled for, and does not have a place here. And I feel like we should formally condemn these, because we should condemn racism in our body when it happens. So I will be voting in favor of the censure, and I encourage you all to do the same.
All right, we have about 2 minutes remaining.
I'm going to make this quick. I would also like to clarify that in 905.1, it says actions or inactions committed by an individual may include, but are not limited to, repeated disruptive behavior by any student government agent. However, I will say that Chair Lipner's choice to double down on their background and their past and their familial history does showcase a repeated disruptive behavior to essentially use this as a format and a platform to say, I can tell you what is and isn't appropriate, instead of Chair Alcuda's decision of that made me uncomfortable. I myself have Jewish grandparents and Moroccan grandparents. However, that does not make me a professional purveyor to say what is or isn't uncomfortable or what is or isn't interpreted as racism against Arab students. I really don't. I think the only way that we can move forward from this is by understanding sensitivity training. And I understand that they may not have been the intended impact of the statement. However, I think all the actions that have come forth from it do show a repeated pattern of behavior that displays a misunderstanding of why it is so impactful and why it is so, I guess, hard to hear and disheartening to have in the student government body. beyond that, I highly encourage that we basically move forward with the censure and we listen to the penal codes and we decide on that.
Okay, Colazo, you have about 1 minute.
Can I move to extend it by 2 minutes? Just so I could finish my entire statement.
There's been a motion to extend debate by 2 minutes. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. All right, you have 2 minutes.
I don't think that might be not appropriate, but my objection was to actually increase the time to like 5 minutes. At least some other people have questions.
All right, you have 2 minutes.
Well, I asked for extension of 2 minutes because I've already been recognized to speak by the chair. So I can just give my full statement without trying to rush through it, and I sound like, I don't know, some squeaky toy. That's why I just want 2 minutes. Yeah, because I was the last senator to be recognized to speak.
Okay, we're now in a 5-minute debate period. Okay. Trejo Hernandez, Thos, Courts.
Can I yield? May I yield?
Can you what?
May I yield?
You may.
Move to vote.
Oh. That's retained, but it's okay. There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none. We're now in voting procedures. Okay. The objection was Muratov, so that's well, the motion wasn't made, it was just an objection. So that means that we still have 40 seconds remaining. There is no extension, was the objection. So yes is Muratov, the objection, no extension. No is Colazo, 2-minute extension. Does that make sense? Okay. I'm getting head shakes. No. Okay. So yes is Muratov. That means there is no extension and we still have 40 minutes remaining in debate. The no vote is Colazo's debate, and that means we do have a 2-minute extension. Okay, so the objection was Muratov, so that's going to be a yes vote. So the yes vote means, because he didn't make the motion, he just objected to the motion. So voting yes means there is no extension. We have 40 minutes remaining in debate time. 40 seconds. 40 seconds remaining in debate time. The no vote is Colazo. That means we have a 2-minute extension. So yes, no extension. No extension. No. Wait. Wait.
Extension, no. 2-minute extension.
Okay. Yes is no extension. No is the 2-minute extension. When it hits 10 p.m., I start to deteriorate. Okay. You have a question? I think they got it, right? Okay. Okay, now we're in voting procedures, though, so everyone be quiet. Okay. So with a vote count of 2 to 36 to 3, the objection fails and we have a 2-minute extension. So you have about 3 minutes remaining in debate.
Thanks. Thank you, Madam President. So members of the Senate, I stand before you today, sit before you today, not just as the Deputy of Legislative Affairs, but as the Chair of the Military and Veterans Caucus, a role that has instilled me in the deep responsibility of ensuring that every student, regardless of background, identity, or affiliation, is treated with dignity and respect. For that reason, I'm speaking in strong support of the recommendation of censure against Chair Lipner. This is not about personal grievances or political disagreements. This is about upholding our fundamental ethical principles as members of student government. Let's be clear, the statement made by Chair Lipner, "You better be careful, though you're treading a fine line. You know when students see Arabic writings or Arabs, they're going to assume the worst," is unacceptable. As chair of the Military and Veterans Caucus, but also as a military dependent. I've had the privilege of meeting soldiers, spouses, dependents, and students with diverse backgrounds, including many Arabs, who have served with honor and integrity. I do not believe that Arabs should be stigmatized, nor do I accept the premises that Arabic writing or Arab identity should ever be associated with suspicion or fear. These kinds of harmful stereotypes have no place in our student government, our university, or our society. Some may argue that Chair Lipner did not intend for his words to cause impact, but intent does not negate impact. The repeated nature of these interactions and the failure to take accountability demonstrate a pattern of behavior that meets the criteria for censure under Title IX, Chapter 905.1, subsection A, which defines repetitive disruptive behavior as grounds for formal condemnation. We as student government representatives are entrusted with the responsibility of fostering an environment where every student feels seen, heard, and valued. By failing to act on this matter, we send the wrong message that discrimination, even when implicit, is excusable. Colleagues, this is a defining moment for our Senate. Do we stand by and allow this kind of rhetoric to persist, or do we make it clear that we hold ourselves and each other accountable to the ethical standards we swore to uphold? I urge you all to vote in favor of the censure, not out of hostility, but out of a commitment to integrity and the respect that every student at the University of Central Florida deserves. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Courts.
Moved vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I object.
You object. Do you withdraw? You withdraw. Okay, well, we're still going to need a motion. So, Varela.
Motion to extend debate by 2 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend debate by 2 minutes. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. You have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
I believe that points have been made. Everyone is more or less already certain on where they stand on the issue. I think that more debate will not be particularly productive nor change anyone's minds at this point.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think for an issue as important as a censure, that is, very important for upholding the ethical standards of our body, it's important that we hear everyone speak and that everyone is enfranchised. I would say we should move on if it was people who were, kind of retreading old points and people who spoken before speaking, but I haven't spoken yet in this debate period, and I do have something new I wanted to say that I was pretty passionate about saying. So I just want an opportunity to say that it has not been said before in previous debate. And again, I will point out that I haven't spoken yet, so it will not be, retreading what was already said or giving me another opportunity to speak. It would simply be giving me my opportunity to speak as was guaranteed by Speaker Pullman at the beginning of this process, when she guaranteed that everyone would get to speak.
All right. We have 5 minutes of debate. Gumrov, Escobar, Benesh.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. Okay. Okay, yes, objection. Okay, is it the same thing? Okay. So the objection, yes, is Gaudio. That means, so yes, same thing as last time. So yes means no extension. No means extension. Yeah, it's like opposites. Okay, with the vote count of 12 to 27 to 1, the objection does not hold, and we have a 2-minute extension.
Bro, sorry we had to go through the 5-minute process to sorry, that set me off. Yeah, thank you, Corson. Anyway, restarting what I was saying. Now that we can I don't know. Let's recenter. Okay, recentering on the topic at hand. Again, sorry we had to go through the whole objection process, but what I really wanted to say is I'm not going to refute the basis of the censure. A censure is definitely necessary for what was racist comment, but I also wanted to make sure that we don't leave here thinking that Chair Libner is a racist or bad person. How I interpret what happened was that it was a dedicated student leader who is usually dedicated to ensuring there is no discrimination on campus, who made a pretty bad mistake, like we all do. I kind of heard some maybe slight character slander during some debates, which I wholeheartedly reject. I've known Chair Libner for the whole semester, and while sometimes people can make comments that are just not good, not well thought out, and have intense harm for other people, and we must condemn that when necessary. I want to make sure that we don't leave again here thinking that Chair Libner is a vile racist or is a bad person. Again, I think it's a simple mistake. I want to make that clear that we don't leave this chamber with a distorted view of who Chair Libner is, other than as a person who made a mistake. With that, I move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote, but we did just have a couple people leave the chamber. What? Well, okay. There's been a motion to vote. I can't ignore the motion. Are there any objections?
I object.
I withdraw.
You withdraw. Okay. There wasn't a motion. Okay. Yeah, I think we'll just have to go into voting procedures. Muratov,
May I speak? Yeah, I mean,
time elapsed.
how much time do I have?
Actually, I kept the time running, so you have about 1 minute.
Okay, I think that should be enough. Sorry guys for taking up your time, and the last voting was really not necessary. It's my bad. I'm new here. So I want to add something new from me, and that's in my experience, and this is actually a scientifically proven effect, is when you have something of conflict of interest, especially that going on for years, decades, or 100 of years, between races, ethnicities, and etc. When there conflicts happens, the people usually tend to dismemorize things. They tend to not restating them exactly like they said, have bias. And also, I'm not saying so with it, I'm not saying that anybody lied, but there might be a probability, and because of lack of concrete evidence, such as another people that have heard any video, audio recording, I don't really think that we should vote in favor of this, because it could be biased, and maybe the party that is being accused is not actually said what he
Wrap up your point.
what we think, what the being accusator said. But no offense, I mean, I'm not telling that that's the thing,
Okay.
but I'm just
Debate
telling
time has
that there might-
elapsed.
Thank you.
Courts.
Moved vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, can we clarify the voting? I don't know if I trust myself right now to do. Okay, courts, you can clarify.
Yes would be to censure. No
Okay.
would be to not censure.
Okay,
And then
so-
we would have to do a secondary vote on if we want to do penal action.
Okay, so yes is the censure, no is, I'm kidding. Also, I do trust, I would be good, but it is just, Chair Courts is just, she knows this. Okay, so yes is the censure, no is to not censure. And then we'll do a secondary vote on penal action if passed. All right, with the vote count of 29 to 9-1, the censure passes. This is where I would need advisement on Senator Borges.
There's no standard structure on how this next process goes. You can ask for speech, questioning, debate time based on the provided penal action if you want.
Okay, so we'll do that. So we'll do speeches, questioning, debate on the recommended censure
Is that, or how should we?
I'm
Recommended
confused.
penal action.
Who gives the speech? Is it the LJR chair or Alcuda?
I think it would be the issuer because they're the ones who recommend the courts.
Title IX doesn't stipulate anything. It's whoever makes the motion.
Okay, so Alcuda.
Motion to enact a Tier 1 penal action against Chair Lipner, in which he will be served a warning and required to conduct a sensitivity training with Student Government Advisor Brody Taylor, Assistant Director of Student Involvement Chantel Carter, and any other applicable university administration within Human Resources.
Okay, there's been a motion to enact a Tier 1 violation on Chair Lipner based on the censure we just passed. We'll now do, should we just do questioning and debate or speeches, questioning, debate? Just questioning, debate. Okay, so we'll just go into a period of questioning and then debate. Is there a motion for 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate? Any objections? Okay, seeing none, we're now in a period of questioning. I'll start with Gumarov, Morset, Courts.
Sort of to anyone who can answer, the sensitivity training with Brody and like how would that exactly go? Like what exactly is that?
Because they are adults and, I'm sure this is not the first time that they handle this sort of thing, especially within the Department of Human Resources. I'm sure they have some sort of training in which, under their discretion, they find will be most appropriate to conduct.
I said Metellus. I said Morset, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was a question.
That was your question? Okay, courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections? You object, you withdraw.
Fine.
Okay. Lazo.
I'm sorry. So after the warning and the sensitivity training, how would you explain like what you think the outcome should be of that?
Wait, can you repeat that last part? I didn't hear it. Sorry.
No, sorry. What would you, after like the sensitivity training and the warning, what would you expect as an outcome of the behavior? Like, how would you expect that to be amended?
Yeah. So I won't kind of reiterate like points that were made in debate, but just the way that Chair Lipner presented himself in his speech, I feel like he doesn't really realize, the impact of his statements, nor do I think he's in a position where he has that enlightenment to like maybe like reflect on, some of his own personal like beliefs and values regarding Arabs, especially those that are his constituents. And so I really hope that it allows him to create more of an open mind and an ability to lead the Arab community in a way where, he can really regain the trust, I guess, of not only myself, but just the community, having been an individual who said these words.
Okay, Metellus.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're in a period of debate. Before I start the clock, I would just urge everyone, if you kind of realize everyone knows how they're voting and we're getting some of the same points, then we can assess the time to just move to voting. But Borges, Colazo, Metellus.
Yeah, I'll be voting no on this. I think to an extent, having all of us kind of berate the issue for this entire time and voting to censure them is, I think, enough to make a difference. I think this may be a little too far.
Who did I say? Colazo.
I will be voting in favor of the penal action recommended by Chair Akuda. I wasn't the one directly impacted. It was Chair Akuda. So if they feel as though that this is an appropriate penal action that they feel comfortable with, that they feel resolves the issue, I'm in support of that.
Metellus.
I'm going to keep it short. Yeah, I agree with this penal action. I think it matches exactly what we just talked about. And with that, move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 22 to 17 to 1, the tier 1 violation of the censure is applied. Okay, with that, I was going to see if anyone wanted a recess. We do have a little bit of business, but it might be worth our while to take a little bit of a brain break so that we can come back refreshed. However, I understand if that is not warranted or if you guys don't want that. Hamid.
I was going to motion for a 5-minute recess. Would everyone like a 5-minute recess? Okay, motion for a 10-minute recess. I'm sorry, Gaudio.
There's been a motion for a 10-minute recess. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, I recess this meeting at 10:17 p.m. We will reconvene at 10:27 p.m.
wants to commit? I don't think that's gonna pass, but I
Okay. There's a chance we get through the legislation. Okay. So, oh, yeah, I'm going to have to start the meeting again though. But as soon as I start. Okay. I reconvene this meeting at 10:34 p.m. Patel.
Present voting.
Senator Patel present and voting, so noted at 10:34 p.m. Is there a motion to move to fiscal committee reports? Any objections? You have a question?
Do we have to go in that order in the new confirmations, or should we go ahead and do confirmations first, considering that it's 10:30?
That could be an option. I do just want to make sure we get everything read. Well, there's really nothing actually. Okay, then if you want to make that motion.
Motion to move to confirmations.
I object. FAO has an allocation that needs to be read.
You withdraw?
I withdraw. I'm so sorry.
Okay. There's a motion to move to confirmations. Any objections?
I object.
Who objected? You did? Okay. Do you withdraw?
Yeah, you usually have pretty fair points, so I withdraw.
So then is there a motion to move back to fiscal committee reports? Okay. Any objections? Okay, seeing none, fiscal committee report, CRT Chair Kringle.
Yeah, nothing from us this week. Just another week off. We're gonna meet again before the session ends to discuss Title 8 and changes to kind of the status of our accounts.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, FAO committee, Chair Kaufman.
All right, we had our last meeting for the time being. We approved our final allocation, 56,181, and we resaw and PPI'd 56,183, 184, and 186, and then we saw for the first time and PPI'd 56,185.
Any questions for Chair Kaufman? All right, seeing none, ORS committee, Chair Rose.
We did 3 post-funding reviews last week. One of them was postponed. 2 of them resulted in no sanction.
Any questions for Chair Rose? All right, seeing none, fiscal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, none. Notice of legislation on third reading, fiscal bill 5654, funding for Night Riders Motorcycle Club to host the WERA Motorcycle Road Racing at Atlanta, Georgia on May 23rd, 2025. Chair Kringle, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, same as last week. No updates. I'll yield the question.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions for Kringle, Benwick?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Varela.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on fiscal bill 5654. All right, with a vote count of 31 to 0 to 1, fiscal bill 5654 passes on third reading. All right, notice of legislation on second reading, none. Internal committee caucus time, none. Internal committee reports, ENA committee chair Escobar.
Good evening, Senate. This week, ENA saw 2 confirmations and potential Title VI changes. Today, we will only be seeing 1 Senate confirmation. And just a reminder to student government agents to refer to the election statutes during this election season. Thank you.
Any questions for Chair Escobar Lipner?
Why the lack of conversion from the 2 confirmations in the meeting to the one we're seeing today?
Yeah, so today we will be seeing a confirmation for Senate. We saw an ENA confirmation for the Election Commission, but unfortunately the candidate withdrew their application.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, GAP committee chair Vasquez.
Hi, everyone. So today in GAP, we reviewed the data from the survey. We're past the 400 submission mark, so that's pretty exciting. We discussed potential proclamations to be written condemning or supporting bills currently being passed during the special session, and potential changes to rules and statutes. We recessed for about 30 minutes to continue our research efforts, which are going pretty good so far. I've also written 3 resolutions, which will be remanded to GAP tonight, and we will be seeing those in committee next week. So yeah.
Any questions? Wanjin.
Sorry, this is just a statutory question. Are the legislative what is the schedule plan for the legislative priorities? Because I think they were supposed to be done like 2 weeks ago.
Yes, good question. So I am required to submit, introduce the legislative priorities by a certain time, but unfortunately, we weren't able to meet the timeline stated in statutes because of the election happening. A lot of legislation didn't get introduced until late January, so that gave us not that much time to survey students, which was important to me and the committee. So we wanted to be able to take the time to actually survey students. So I've already discussed this with Brody, and it's a situation that I couldn't have helped. So that's why we decided to continue forth, and I didn't want to introduce legislation that wasn't fully researched or prepared. So that's the reason behind that.
Follow up.
As far as like Senate rules go, should we be looking to change those like for future GAP chairs so that they don't have the same issue, since I assume this is an issue that you guys must run into every 2 years?
Yeah, I think it's something that we're looking into. At least I have it written down, just so like no one gets scared of being held in non-compliance for not introducing those, because I know it is my responsibility, but I made sure all my bases were covered in that. But yeah, thank you.
Collazo.
When can we expect the introduction of these resolutions?
Of the 3 resolutions that I wrote,
Of the legislative priorities.
so we are hoping to close the legislative priority survey by next week, meaning that we will be voting, or at least my goal is to vote on what priorities we will be taking today at the Capitol by next meeting. So probably I'd like to give the committee an ample amount of time to actually write the legislation for it. So maybe a week after that. So within the next 2 to 3 weeks.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. LJR committee chair reports.
Hello, Senate. Yesterday in committee, we saw censure, 3 absences, and a blanket excuse. We unfortunately did not have enough time to get to our bills, so those have been postponed until next week. We are currently still working on prospective Title III updates in committee, and will most likely be skipping to prospective Title IX updates next. As for absences, Janadra approved 5-0 to 1, Gumrab approved 5-0 to 1, Richmond approved 4-0 to 2, and then blanket excuses, Thos approved 4-1 to 1.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, SBA committee chair Hamid.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're all having a great week. So thank you to everyone who came to the MSD Memorial last Friday. I greatly appreciate all of you guys for showing up. On Sunday, Vice Chair Vasquez, Deja Lazo, Ayla Alcuda, Senator Reed, Chair Kaufman, and Senator Trejo Hernandez and I attended the first donation distribution of the semester. We gave out donations we collected last semester in collaboration with H4H, and it went great. Thank you all for coming. And we will let you know about future opportunities if you couldn't go last time, because we still have more clothes because we got so many. It's never ending, but it was really fun. Thank you guys again for coming. This Monday, Vice Chair Vasquez and I met with Dining Services to discuss a poll SBA will be creating in a few dining-based initiatives that we are currently discussing. Also, during the SBA meeting on Tuesday, we saw 7 proclamations. I listed them all there. You can read those, all of which passed on first reading. We also discussed possible Senate rule changes for SBA. And yesterday I met with Chantel Carr to discuss the upcoming Eternal Night ceremony. Shout out Chantel. Love talking to her as always. And then on next Monday, I didn't write this down, sorry. Next Monday, I'll be presenting to the SGL series or the SL series about proclamations, SBA and GAP resolutions, and how to do initiatives. Basically the same presentation I did at Senate Retreat. They will be doing birthday proclamations. So that'll be exciting. And also, please shadow me if you're interested in being the SBA chair or vice chair next year. I would love to talk to you guys, even if you're in or out of the committee.
Any questions for Chair Hamid? Lipner?
This is more related to the meeting you had with dining services. When I met with them, they had nothing but positive things to say about you and wanted to relay that. And then also suggest that you bring more people than just yourself and Chair Vasquez to those meetings to ensure that they see those faces and are aware of the people within the student body who care and are supportive, because they're worried about you leaving and are really wanting to ensure that they have that continued support within the student body.
Oh yeah, I remember when I told Christina that Andrea is leaving, she was like, no. So I did say, like, in the future, I'm going to have to bring a new face. Hopefully if I'm still here, I'll have to bring a new person, and that'll be hard. But yeah, it's hard to think about that, but I will have to start doing that.
Follow-up question? Yeah. Okay.
Regarding the shadowing, is that signifying that you don't intend to run for chair of SBA next year?
I don't know. I feel like it's just a good thing to offer.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, confirmations. Okay. Samuel Jolicoeur, I'm so sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Jolicoeur to College of Business, seat number 5. Is there a motion for a 5-10-10? Any objections? Okay, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Good evening, student government body. I think it's time to inject some more positive vibes into us after all that earlier. So just to get started, a little bit about me, introduce myself to you all. I'm not as old as Senator Riddick was last week, but compared to most, if not all of you, I'm probably an old guy. I won't say how old I am. You have to figure that out yourself, though. So a little about me. I come from the business of college, the College of Business. I'm a finance major, a junior transfer. But with that being said, I'm looking to graduate around springtime 2027. So I've still got plenty of time left to get involved on the campus. I come from Southwest Florida. I'm a Florida native. And prior to coming to UCF, I have much more experience in the real world, if you want to call it that, in more professional leadership roles. Just to touch on them very quickly. I'm too tall for this. Is that all right? You can still hear me good. So previously, I served as the general manager of a restaurant in my hometown. I got revenues up, and well, I mean, that's not all super important, but I was in charge of also implementing new policy, social media marketing, and I also interviewed well over 200 people. I've hired probably a few dozen people in my time, and I have also fired a handful of people. I know how to handle a difficult situation, including life-threatening medical emergencies. That's a fun story to touch on. After that, I also have experience. I was an active realtor in the state of Florida. I am still licensed through next year. I conducted several transactions of purchase and sale over $1 million in volume my first active year. And I was involved in several committees of my local board of realtors, working alongside the president of the board for my community. And I also interviewed several local politicians, and I actually did run for the presidency of my local district of a nationwide real estate networking organization. I did narrowly lose, coming in second place. That being said, they did actually call me a few months later asking if I could take over anyway, but I politely declined because it was time to start the next chapter of my life here at UCF. Obviously, I can go in way more detail on all that stuff if you all would care to hear about it during the next phase of this. But with that being said, I'm confident that I have more than enough professional experience to know what it is I'm getting involved in. This is not my first Senate meeting that I've sat in on. I see how you guys operate, and I want in because it looks like fun, and I like a nice debate every now and then. I'm what you might call a yapper. So based on tonight, I will clearly fit right in with all of you. All With that being said, I yield the rest of my time.
My bad. Okay. We're now line for questioning. You guys have 10 minutes. Let me reset my timer. Okay. Muratov, Lim, Fenwick.
Wow, that man had lived a good life. So far.
Great question.
And no, the question is, okay. The question is, what do you think are the most important things that a senator, let's say, of the student body should do?
When it comes to being a senator of the UCF student body, I think it comes down to a few obvious things as laid out in the Constitution and Title III. One of which being, of course, being in charge of overseeing several RSOs for funding and representing 1,000 students in our appropriate college. But more than that, on a bigger picture level, which is how I always look at everything, this is a student body of the second largest university in the country, close to 70,000 students. And this is not some little community college, not to say anything bad about those. I came from a local community college, but it does mean something to be in this room right now, to be representing so many people. I mean, think of it this way. We as students are representing more people than some actual politicians represent from smaller counties and districts. So when you consider that, what I think the role of a senator is here on UCF is not just to represent the student body to the faculty and the administration of the university, but in a more abstract and admittedly difficult way, I think it's also our responsibility to represent UCF to the state of Florida and also to the nation as a whole. Because once again, this is not some small town college. This is UCF. And I think that what we need to be doing is forming a unified message and pushing an agenda to show that this is not only one of the best states, one of the best universities in the state because we are better than UF, but also to show that we are one of the best public universities in the nation, to show people that they should be sending their children here, that those young people should be coming here to get an education, to be the next future leaders of society. I yield the rest of my time.
Okay. I said Lim. Okay.
So, what initiatives do you have for the College of Business?
So, in the conversations I've currently had with my fellow College of Business students, I've heard a number of frustrations, some of which admittedly we may not be able to control, such as one thing I'm sure everyone else here in the College of Business knows this already. Everyone seems to hate the real format. It's just extremely unpopular. That being said, I don't see how we could realistically have an effect on that. So I won't touch on that too much. But just some of the other frustrations I've heard. The most concerning one I heard, I spoke to one student in particular who said that there's not enough staffing for professional advising for the College of Business. And they gave me a horror story where they said they have been here as much as 2 semesters more than necessary, simply because they could not get in touch with the appropriate people to tell them what classes they actually need to take for their major. Now, as far as that person goes for what research it could have done on their own time, I can't speak to that. But that was a very telling story to me, that they have been trying to reach out to advising and could have graduated a year ago, but they're still here because there were staffing issues with the advisory section of the college that was that bad. So that is something I think that we can work on for the College of Business. And also, I am aware that the College of Business is working on more high finance type courses, more advanced courses. And I think that is excellent, but I also think the College of Business senators need to be pushing that agenda more, telling them we want more competitive courses to give our students. And this, what I'm about to say, applies to all of us, not just the College of Business, but we're all living in this new age of artificial intelligence. And I think it's pretty telling that we're at a point now where even business majors and computer science majors are asking themselves, am I going to get a good job when I graduate? It sounds absurd, but that's the reality that we're living in now. So what we need to be doing as well is pushing the university to give us more professional faculty and more coursework that is not just showing us what these things are, but putting us out there in front of it, mastering this technology, more courses on artificial intelligence and blockchain technology. I'm not going to get into crypto. I'm not a big crypto guy, but I'm just putting it out there. It is an important technology. But getting us out there in front, we market this university as one of the most innovative universities. So let's live up to that name and keep that train going. And I'm not very good at the conclusion part of this, I guess, but I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we have about 4.5 minutes remaining. Did I say anyone after Lynn? Benwick.
So I would just like to ask the age-old question that gets asked every confirmation. What committees are you interested in joining?
So glad you asked. So I was originally interested in GAP or GAP, but I did hear last meeting that is now full. So, oh well, sucks for me. Because of my major, FAO does naturally seem like a good fit for me. So I'm interested in getting involved in FAO as well as LJR based on what I have read. Okay, that's a good response. Definitely interested in LJR. But what I will say is I don't know anything about any of these committees beyond what I read on a website. So I am open to hearing more about what all of them have to offer and where I can fit in.
Okay, about 3.5 minutes remaining. Colosso.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, and can you remind me on how to pronounce your name?
So just call me Sam. No one calls me Samuel. That's kind of weird. The last name, the easy way is to say Joliker, because you probably would hurt yourself saying it the proper way, which is Judica. Don't bother. So just Joliker.
Joliker. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll do. All right, we have 10 minutes of. Oh wait, I think I said we already passed that. The objection. Okay, we're now in a period of debate. You guys have 10 minutes. I'll do Muratov, Benwick, and then Smith.
So the candidate seems pretty chill.
Just a chill guy.
Yes, and have a lot of prior experience that I appreciate. And I think more like, no offense, but like more mature senators would be also a great addition. Maybe he would have, he would see some problems or some additions that the normal like students wouldn't see because of his prior experience in the business or in reality, who knows. And so because of that, I think that the Sam would be a great addition to the Senate, and I'll be voting in favor. Thanks.
All right, I said Benwick.
So I think you're very qualified, and I will be voting in favor. But I do also want to mention, I think you're very unironically funny, and I think it would contribute to the semi-dysfunctional body, as I think we all have a very wild sense of humor that this would fall in line to. And also, please join LJR. If you join, we need more people, and Kirsten's the GOAT, so join.
Say less.
Smith.
I mirror what Benwick said. I also think this candidate is very well qualified and also very well spoken. So I will be voting in favor, and I encourage you all to do the same.
All right. With 3 in affirmation, any negation. All right. Seeing none, Escobar.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 34-0-1, Sam Joliker is confirmed for business College of Business seat number 5. Congratulations.
Thank you. What do I do now?
Okay, yeah, so either, Escobar or Maddie, and then you'll come back, say present and voting, and then we'll get you in the agenda for committees. Yeah, we'll get it. Okay. Moving on, internal legislation. Notice of legislation on first reading. Bills, internal bill 5633, updates to title 14 and 2, pro temp Morset, I hereby remand to LJR. Internal bill 5634, updates to title 14, the student government caucuses, Chair Varela, I hereby remand to LJR. Internal bill 5635, updates to title 14, the student government caucuses, Chair Varela, I hereby remand to LJR. Resolutions, resolution 5613, resolution advocating for the expansion of SNAP requirements for college student eligibility, Chair Vasquez, I hereby remand to GAP. Resolution 5614, resolution advocating for the implementation of toll relief measures for commuter students, Chair Vasquez, I hereby remand to GAP. Resolution 5615, resolution to advocate for the expansion of programs eligible for the STEM tuition waiver, Chair Vasquez, I hereby remand to GAP. Notice of legislation on third reading, bills, internal bill 5629, updates to title 6, creating clarity of the declaration of candidacy, Senator Smith. Is there a motion for a 5-10-10? Any objections? Okay, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hey guys, we saw this bill last meeting. It's just adding definition to the declaration of candidacy to make the declaration of candidacy period. So Title VI will read better. And if you have any questions, let me know.
All right, we're now in a period of questioning. Are there any questions? Clauso?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Metellus?
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we are now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 34-0 to 1, internal bill 5629 passes on third reading. Okay. Resolutions, resolution 5612, updates to Senate Rule Number 7, adjusting dean meeting policy. Senator Gaudio, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello, welcome back to third reading. We're seeing this again, just as a reminder for what this is. In essence, this is a resolution updating how we approach the dean meeting policy, wherein the current policy is that you must apply through the LJR committee. However, if you miss your dean meeting without having a prior approved absence, you are considered dismissed in essence. And so statutorily, this can cause all kinds of havoc. And in terms of how the LJR committee has been handling dean meeting absences, letting the ELA just waive things is more or less how we've already been doing things. This has been sponsored by both ELA Richmond and the LJR chair courts. And so this resolution would bring it in line with how LJR has been handling this.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Are there any questions? Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, we're now in debate. Muratov.
Move to vote.
There's been.
I withdraw.
Okay, Colasso.
So like I stated during the first reading and second reading, I don't agree with this bill. There are 3 positions listed out here, the ELA and Senate President and LJR. And while the ELA and LJR may be sponsoring this bill, the Senate President, nor neither of her deputies are sponsoring this bill. I don't think this is necessarily a good idea. I think the power should rely within the LJR chair. I don't really see necessary like an issue. Like I think we discussed this last meeting, 10 days before, 10 days after the senator has enough time to submit an absence request. So I really don't think this is entirely necessary. But if the body sees that it's necessary, that's fine with me. I just personally don't see that this is necessary.
Lipner,
May I retain?
no.
Okay, that's fine. I disagree with the statement previously made and support the resolution in its current writing. I personally don't understand why the pro temp would need to be involved when their involvement hasn't changed whatsoever. It's purely just to get notice of this process. The dean meeting absences have been basically expunged by the ELA in this process through this past session. So I'm of the opinion that we should just make it codified to avoid any future concerns going forward.
Okay. I'll do Varela.
May I retain then?
You may.
Awesome. Okay. So I do sympathize with the concerns of degrading the power of the LGR committee, but I think what stood out to me in this resolution is how it's been presented as just a codifying of current practice. I think we can all agree here that letting the ELA expunge these absences just makes the process more efficient and allows the ELA to kind of properly administer these dean meetings, because they're obviously the ones that are going to know who's absent, why they're absent, all that. I think kind of adding the LGR committee as a necessary step in that process just kind of makes things more difficult and can maybe lead to problems down the road. Again, I want to emphasize is just codifying current practices, so I don't really see an issue with this. Is already what we're doing. So with that, I move the vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 28 to 7 to 0, resolution 5612 passes on third reading. All right, notice of legislation on second reading, Internal Bill 5630 updates to Title III, changing orientation requirements, Senator Borges postponing committee. Internal Bill 5631 updates to Title V, Delay Colazzo postponing committee. All right, proclamations. Proclamation 5630. Proclamation recognizing April 14th, 2025 as Pan American Day and April 13th to 19th, 2025 as Pan American Week. Line Hispanic Caucus Chair Escobar. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Colazzo.
Just for the sake of time, I'm going to motion to see proclamation 56, 30, 31, and 32 as a block.
Who objected? Do you withdraw?
No.
Okay. So, Lipner, you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
These are distinct proclamations and deserve their own recognition. I don't see how they are all tied together besides the fact that they were put forth by Chair Escobar.
You have 2 minutes.
Yeah, so I understand Chair Lipner's sentiments. However, they are all introduced by Chair Escobar, who is the Latin and Hispanic Caucus Chair, which the proclamations came from. I think it only makes sense for the sake of time to view them all as one. I wouldn't see in a world where we would accept one and deny the other. I think that's always been like a pattern of, procedural voting that we've done. Never accept them once and deny another of the same caucus.
I withdraw.
So,
Okay. Any objections to that motion? All right. You object? Okay. Can you handle that? Okay. Oh, does he have a video? Do you have like the video ready to go? Okay, so what we'll do though is we'll keep with that motion to see as a block, but then we'll just move on. Lonzo?
Motion to also see proclamations 5633 and 5634 as a block.
Okay, so, okay, first I'm gonna, okay, no objections to 5630 through 32. So proclamations 56 through 32 are a block, and there's been a motion to see proclamation 5633, 5634, and is it just those two? Okay. Proclamations 5633 and 34 as a block. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, we'll start with those then. So proclamation 56, 33, and 34, whenever you're ready, Lasso.
So in general, what both of these proclamations are intended to do is to recognize women in general. One of them is recognizing Women's History Month, which is an overall thing that is celebrated internationally. I know recent things have occurred that it is no longer recognized here in the States, but I'm still going to recognize it, and I think UCF should still recognize it because women do so much on our campus. Majority women leadership right here in Senate, like we can observe that right now. And then the same kind of goes for International Women of Color Day. That one specifically celebrated on March 1st to kind of kick off Women's History Month. And beyond that, women of color also need to be honored and celebrated because they have what's considered a double minority. They're also facing not only discrimination for their gender, they're also facing discrimination against their races and ethnicities. So that also needs to be highlighted. That's pretty much it from me for the sake of time. If anybody has any questions, please direct them to me, and I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions for Chair Lazo? Benwick?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Courts.
May I retain? Oh, there are amendments. Never mind. I really like this.
Okay, Lazo.
Motion to see all the amendments in the sponsored by as a block and as, can we see them as technical?
Those don't have to be, yeah, those are good.
Then see those as technical.
Okay. Courts.
Move to vote. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 34 to 0, proclamations 5633 and proclamation 5634 passes on second reading. All right, Senator Joliker.
Present and voting.
Senator Joliker, present and voting, so noted at 11:12 p.m. We'll go back to, okay, proclamations 56, 30, 31, and 32. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Chair Escobar, as a block.
Good evening. To give, I'll be going in order of the Cesar Chavez Day Proclamation, Dia de la Bandera Proclamation, and then Pan American Week and Day. So yeah, to give history and context behind Cesar Chavez Day, Cesar Chavez is and was a significant figure within the Latin Hispanic community due to his labor rights advocacy for farm workers, his peaceful protest against injustice, his national legacy of social justice. So celebrating this day raises awareness about the struggles of laborers, particularly the immigrant community's struggles in America, and highlights the ongoing fight for social justice and equality. It also serves as a reminder of the power of collective action, nonviolent protest, and the importance of standing up for the rights of all individuals, regardless of their background or occupation. Recognizing Cesar Chavez Day through this proclamation would highlight his legacy of social justice and empower our students on campus to be makers of change. For the next proclamation, to recognize Dia de la Bandera, to translate, this day means Day of the Flag. in Spanish and is a Mexican and Chicano movement celebration, Chicano community celebration of their Mexican heritage and national pride. Celebrating El Día de la Bandera fosters a sense of pride in Mexican American heritage, bringing attention to the struggles and achievements of their community. The day also serves as an opportunity to reflect on the cultural and historical significance of the flag, which represents unity, independence, and the struggle for freedom. By recognizing this day, the Mexican American community here at UCF can strengthen their cultural pride and continue to promote understanding, respect, and unity. Moving on to Pan American Day and Pan American Week. The history of Pan American Week dates back to April 14th, when nations from North, Central, and South America came together in Washington to establish the International Union of American Republics, which aimed to promote cooperation and understanding among the countries of the Americas. This union evolved into the Pan American Union and then later to the Organization of American States, which currently consists of 32 nations from North, Central, and South America. The creation of the OAS marked a formal effort to build a stronger relationship and address concerns shared by the countries, such as economic development, peace, and human rights. This proclamation would recognize the importance of being unified as a continent and the accomplishments of Latin America and their countries within the region. Also, with the current attacks and intolerance against the immigrant community, especially towards the immigrants of Latin American descent, this proclamation aims to uplift the immigrant community and remind us all of the fact that the peoples within the nations of North, Central, and South America are all citizens of America, sharing common goals and dreams for their families and futures. Thank you. I yield my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. John.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'm gonna look at the amendments. The ones correcting 55th to 56th, I'll see as a technical. And then Lazo. Do you need time? Okay. Lipner.
Yeah, I just want to first off speak in great affirmation for all of these pieces. I'm especially excited to see the Cesar Chavez piece. Farm workers' rights are incredibly important, and in Florida, especially where farm workers make up a large majority of our working population, is especially important, especially when you consider the impact of heat exhaustion and pesticide exposure and all of these things that come with the process of working in the fields. All in all, very much excited to see this and hope you all take the time to learn more about Cesar Chavez and the work that he did and what the word si se puede means as a whole. Next, looking at Pan American Day, I completely agree with what the chair mentioned about the importance of understanding what America is as a larger scheme than just the United States of America, and the importance of recognizing the similar concerns and communities amongst the Pan Americas. And then finally, Dia de la Bandera, which is also very, very important, as they mentioned, is Mexican and Chicano based, and is always wonderful to see that representation being done on a grand scheme, because Chicano and Chicana people are oftentimes forgotten about, unfortunately. And this is a great way to kind of represent the culture that they support and ensure that they are represented properly.
Lazo.
A motion to see my amendments on 5631.
There's been a motion to see Chair Lazo's amendment on 5631. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Basically, what this amendment does is it aims to include and enlighten on fellow activist Dolores Huerta, who was basically almost like a right-hand man to Cesar Chavez, especially during the Long Grape Company. And to this day, she is still an active feminist and workers' rights and union rights activist. There's not a lot about her, and she often kind of goes unrecognized. So I think just adding this is a great way to start the movement of recognizing her, as well as a later bill that will also recognize her efforts. And that's it for me.
Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Escobar.
Yeah, I totally support this amendment. I've also written another proclamation that celebrates Dolores Huerta Day. So yeah.
All right, Trejo Hernandez.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 1-0, the amendment passes. Green.
Motion to see my amendments for proclamations 5630 and 31 as a block. It's just adding an RSO, which is part of the College of Nursing.
All right, there's been a motion to see Senator Green's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Do you see them?
The name of the RSO is Nursing Unidos.
Okay. Anyways, are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, whenever you're ready to talk about your amendment.
My bad. Yeah, the RSO, Nursing Unidos, it's basically they're not one of the nursing associations, but they are a group specifically for Latin and Hispanic nursing students here at UCF. So I figured it would be appropriate if they were added to the mailing list.
All right, we're now live for questioning. Are there any questions? Grossoff.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in debate. Gumarov.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we are now in voting procedures on the amendments. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, the amendments pass. We are still in debate on the block of proclamations. Gumarov.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we are now in voting procedures on proclamations 5630, 5631, and 5632. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0, proclamations 5630, 5631, and 5632 pass on second reading. All right, proclamation 5635, proclamation recognizing the Salute to Women Veteran Ceremony on March 6, 2025. Senator Rodriguez, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hello. This proclamation is to recognize the women veterans. It's on March 6th, and it's to recognize and celebrate the incredible women who have served our country. Women veterans have played a vital role throughout our nation's military history, yet they remain unrepresented and often overlooked. This ceremony would honor their service and bring an awareness to them and the challenges they have faced. And yeah, it'll be a really fun event. So thank you.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Benwick?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Okay, we'll get the amendments first. Rodriguez.
Yeah, one of the amendments was mine. It was, hold on if I can load. But it's the one where it's like the purple. That was just me changing like the actual numbers because I got the actual numbers, so I was just changing that.
Okay. Do you want to see the amendments?
Oh yeah, you can see them. Sorry.
Okay. Is there a motion to see Senator Rodriguez's amendment? Any objections? Okay, seeing none whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so as I said before, the one in purple is basically just me correcting the actual numbers and the percentages of the amount of women veterans that are in our school. And then could I see the one that Lazo made as a friendly or?
If Lazo accepts. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'll see her amendment as a friendly. Thank you.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions, Lipner?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Okay.
May I direct a question to Deezer Lazo?
You may.
Will you accept my amendment as a friendly to your amendment? Perfect.
Okay. So all the amendments are friendlies. Okay. Courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Benwick.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures on all of the amendments because they were accepted as friendlies. Okay, with a vote count of 35 to 0, the amendments pass. We are still in debate. Lipner.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we are now in voting procedures on the proclamation. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 1, Proclamation 5635 passes on second reading. All right, Proclamation 5636, Proclamation recognizing March 13th, 2025 as National K-9 Veterans Day. Chair Lipner, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Before I take my time, I believe there was a question from the student assistant. No? Okay. No, I'll consider it a friendly. But oh wait, about the previous one?
Yeah, those are, we usually don't do anything about those. Those are fine.
Okay, so 5636 is recognizing March 13, 2025 as National K-9 Veterans Day. This is an awesome day that recognizes all K-9 veterans within the military and goes back to World War II when the day was recognized to begin with. To go alongside this event, we're holding a special Meet the K-9s event, which was organized by Comptroller Simillo. This will be on March 13th from 5 to 6 p.m. at the Green on Memory Mall. So if you guys want to meet some dogs who are working animals and learn more about how they do their jobs, please do show up and show out. We'd love to see you. And who doesn't want to pet a dog? Come on. Actually, we promise we can pet them. That comes later. We have to get independent approval. But yeah, I yield the rest of my time.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Lim.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Look.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 35 to 2, Proclamation 5636 passes on second reading. All right, we're now in Senate forum on the first one. Does anyone want to? I don't know who. Okay, Metellus.
I just want to say really quick, and obviously you guys are free to do pro con or disagree whenever you want to. But I just wanted to point out that sometimes when we do it, it is longer than the time that was requested. And I think that happened twice tonight. So it's just something to consider. Obviously, feel free to do as you wish. But I just think let's think about how pro con normally takes more than 5 minutes, sometimes 10 minutes, when somebody's asking for just 2 minutes so they can say their piece. So I wanted to bring up.
I'll piggyback off of that really quick too, because I think it's part of the time you're fighting because it's like the principle of, well, they shouldn't have these 2 minutes, but honestly, we're always on a time crunch here. Sometimes it's okay to just swallow your pride and let someone have the 2 minutes. But of course, you're free to make any motion or object any way you want. Next is Gaudio.
So I would like to issue a calm reminder that especially when we are about to have a major motion such as a censure, please read the relevant statutes beforehand. I noticed there was a lot of questions as well as certain assumptions made during certain speeches which were improperly founded that would not have been made had the statutes been read. We are expected to have read and understood these statutes. While Title IX has some vagueness to it, you can always reach out to the LJR committee or the Attorney General if you need clarification on anything in statutes. So.
Colasso.
Yeah, just kind of to like reiterate what Gaudio said. So chapter 309.5 states that senators have to have a working knowledge of our statutes governing our communities and whatnot. Because I did notice that we spent like during duration of questioning to the LJR committee, the issued and the issuer, I noticed that a lot of the questions were based on the procedures of the censure. And I believe the procedure was clearly outlined not only by the Attorney General, but then by the Senate President, and then by the LJR chair. And then we continued to still ask questions, and some of them were extremely redundant. It was the same question again. So I say that if you have any doubts, like Senator Gaudio said, reach out to the Attorney General, reach out to the LJR chair, reach out to the Senate President for clarification regarding these procedures, because it will save us a lot of time. And also in regards to the appeal that we saw earlier today, in regards to like internal legislation, just like friendly reminder, when we're doing internal legislation, just make sure that, it's within, the Constitution, and make sure I do highly suggest, especially when it came to this one, and it was brought to my knowledge that the ENA committee was unaware of this. I do think that courtesies like this, especially when it comes to disbanding a committee and potentially moving powers of the Senate to a different body, definitely requires some sort of conversation. That's something definitely that I was looking for when remanding when considering remanding those bills. So just wanted to add that.
Buckner.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to add on to that pro-con deliberation. One thing that personally feels kind of icky is when people extend for their own speaking time and then don't offer time for other people to also speak. So I would look more favorably upon pro-con or extensions if they are for the benefit of the entire body and instead of just the benefit of yourself or the person who's making that motion. So I just ask that you all take that into consideration.
Yes, guys. It was me actually who objected to 2 minutes, and I could have. So I messed up. I'm kind of new here, and I was only about to do that because I thought I could have said no, we should extend it to more time. I didn't make a lot of mess. Sorry for your. Was it 5 or even more minutes lost in your life? It's my bad.
It's all good. It's a learning experience. I don't know if you want to add on, but yeah, it has happened a lot this session. Honestly, it's kind of just like a pattern, but it's all good. We're all learning. But yeah, what was I going to, who's next? Courts.
Going back to what Gaudio and the D-Like said, if there's anything I can do to help you guys know the statutes more, let me know. But at this, I don't know what to do. I've hosted an event with my committee. I've had an info session for the SLCers. I don't know what more else I can do, but if there is, feel free to team chat me.
Any further forum? Okay, seeing non-Senate deliberations. Anyone in Senate DeColazzo?
So the Senate Executive Committee discussed briefly regarding decorum and whether or not we should have a sergeant of arms. And given the time constraint that we're in, I potentially, could we maybe call for like a raise of hands for those of you who would be in favor of having a sergeant at arms to help with decorum issues in the body, just so we have like an idea of whether this is absolutely necessary, if this is something that the Senate body wants. I think if we go back and forth with debate, we'll be here forever. So is that cool with everyone to do like a quick show of hands? I'll let Senate President Pullman lead that for the.
Yeah, so basically there's discussions about a sergeant at arms. We haven't had one this session, but yeah, it's like hard to explain. They'll basically just, their kind of sole position is to maintain decorum. I think the way that it was explained, that's kind of not exactly on the dot, but just kind of like the easiest way to explain it is it's more kind of like a delegated power from the Senate president. But take that with a grain of salt, as anyone in the chamber is able to call decorum. And it is my understanding that the chair still has final say over decorum in general, but that position, their sole purpose in the meeting would be to be paying attention to that stuff. Yeah, so I guess that would be easy to do a show of hands of who would be interested in like having that position. Not like you yourself, but like, do you think that would be helpful to the body by a show of hands? Okay, so that's like everyone. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically there is a 20-minute deliberation period. I don't know. I don't even know if it's necessary. I think we pretty much are set. That was the opinion. Oh. Okay, yeah, we don't really need to like deliberation period unless you want to. Okay, more set.
I don't want to deliberate, so please yell at me. I was just going to say, since that's the consensus, because I know we discussed it too, if you are interested or want to learn more about the position, you can contact the Senate President, since that's the delegated power of that office. Because then if that's the case, if the whole body wants it, they would probably be appointed within the next week or two. But yeah, if you're interested in knowing what it is, contact either the Senate President or myself to know more about it.
Yeah, okay, anyone else on that? All right. Varela.
I just want to ask like a general question. Like, do we all know exactly what the sergeant at arms does? Because I know that, some of us who are newer might not know, who like weren't around last year.
Any confusion about a sergeant at arms?
All right, sick. We're also smart. Awesome.
Okay. Yeah, they're basically, the easiest way to think about it, even though it's not necessarily the exact, take it with a grain of salt, but it is kind of like a delegation of power. However, I will still be holding decorum as well, but it is just an extra set of eyes. Again, I still believe that the chair has final say in any meeting with any chair. However, it is, again, just like an extra set of eyes and ears to help with that stuff. Okay, Gumrov.
For a quick question, like everyone would still be able to decorum, right? Like it's just an extra.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like something interesting about that position too. Even though I do think it will be helpful, but anyone can still call decorum. at any time. So, but this is just someone who might be a little more hyper focused on that. So, okay. All right, seeing no further hands, advisors report.
I think I just realized that you guys are typing right into the document, and I don't know how that's happening. But anyways, I miss Brody. But with that being said, can we please give a round of applause for Miss Chantel Carter for being here? She's the best. She's the best. I love having her here. Good luck on midterms. I think it's midterms time. I have a test at 9 a.m. And yeah, I don't really have much. Great job tonight.
If you're in a paid position, submit your time. Okay. Miscellaneous business. Okay, elections. Oh gosh. Is there oh gosh, let me pull up my notes. Hold on. Okay. Is there a motion to open the floor for nominations for the LJR committee? Is there a motion to nominate Samuel Jolker? Is there a motion to close the floor for nominations? All those in favor of electing Senator Jolker, say aye. Aye. All those against, say nay. All right. Appointments. I hereby appoint Senator Jolker to the Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus, and I hereby resign Tyler Borges from the SBA committee. Okay, I'm like really shocked that we like got through all of it. I said there was a small chance, and we really got through all of that. Okay, drip down.
You guys really let me down tonight. But you know who didn't let me down? First place, Renda. Second place, Colazo, and third place, Benwick. So they didn't let me down. But so clap for them! Yay! I'm so out of pocket every time it comes to this. I'm so sorry. On another note, Chair Escobar and Chair Vasquez, I finally have your certificates for Senator of the Month, so you can come grab it from me afterwards.
Okay, be silent, packing up, Benwick.
Motion to adjourn meeting pending final roll call.
There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, you can pack up silently because Chair Courts can't hear you. Chair Courts.
Present. Reed. Corelli.
Present.
Thoss. Morozov.
Present.
Lim.
Present.
Jolik.
Present.
How do I pronounce that? I'm so sorry.
Just say Jolliker.
Okay, Joliker. Kringle.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith. Present. Trejo Hernandez. Present. Rotov.
Present.
Connolly. Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Lust.
Present.
Gaudio.
Present.
Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Ravi. Rickett. Chauhan.
Present.
Escobar.
Present.
Naguib. Wanjan. Johnson. Patel.
Present.
Weiderberg. Green.
Present.
Hendry. Rubin.
Present.
Borges. Alcuda. Benesh. Condoloro.
Present.
Colazo.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Present.
Benwick.
Present.
Grosso.
Present.
Janadra.
Present.
Holman.
Present.
Renda.
Present.
Richmond. Shen.
Present.
I'm sorry, I didn't do that.
Varela.
Present.
Vasquez. Present. Lipner.
Present.
Worsett.
Present.
38 out of 51 quorum is verified.
All right, I adjourn this meeting at 11:43 p.m.